So close to demonstrating violence, trying to run away from sirens, in search of somewhere safe and quiet. If only you could hear the fucking things inside my head. So close to demonstrating violence, trying to run away from sirens, in search of somewhere safe and quiet. If only you could hear the fucking things inside my head. Paint pictures only missing what you've lost, giving everything you have, but it's just short of the cost. Diabolical, straightens up your mental, makes you strong, and it fucks your trust issues. Hate to say I proved you wrong. You've been running, screaming, hide away. There's no escaping night and day. You'll never see it coming. Won't commit to see the child's play. You'll see a different side of me. The reason is to hibernate is for your own protection. I'm too scared to see the I've made. We created and we never look back. Matter of fact, shut your mouth, don't come at me with that. Your lack of context is causing conflict, that's a fact. See you trying to change the subject, I'm not trying to forget. I'll forgive, but you'll never get the fucking chance again. When I'm friends, there's no interest in making those amends. It depends on whether I feel like breaking necks. Must be a lucky day, cause I ain't got no time for that, yeah. So close to demonstrating violence, trying to run away from sirens, in search of somewhere safe and quiet. If only you could hear the fucking things inside my head. So close to demonstrating violence, trying to run away from sirens, in search of somewhere safe and quiet. If only you could hear the fucking things inside my head. Taking over like it's army paper soldiers. Ain't gold, you wish you would. Shit's been harder than I'm hopeful. Went from open, getting closer, now I'm searching for some closure. Cause no matter how it gets, it's never worth it in the moment. Damn, running it back, one and the same, not a fact, be different. Under the stacks, numbing your brain, it's just sad to witness. What's the price to pay? Taking a stab when I said mind your business. Now I get to snap, smiling face, you think it's Christmas. Never had a better time with losing my mind. I keep it locked and tucked away, nobody in or outside, and that's intentional. Environment with ethanol, I'll never fold, cause when I light it up, the flame is brightest inside, yeah. So close to demonstrating violence, trying to run away from sirens, in search of somewhere safe and quiet. If only you could hear the fucking things inside my head. So close to demonstrating and violence and quiet. If only you could hear the fucking things inside my head.
Don't. Hanging backwards.
Welcome in. Hey, everybody. Back to our roots. We're going back to true crime. And we're going to start off with this. Don't mind the noise in the background. Shadow is on one of his little trips. You don't get away from my cat, no bite. My cat. When he hurts you, don't go crying to me. Leave the cat alone. Oh my God. All right, so back to what I was saying. I'm just going to see if anybody else comes in, whether or not we're still going to do this. But I know I have questions about all this, and I'm sure most of my community does too. Because this is a weird case, y'all. Weird. And Dan is leaving, so we should have about an hour, roughly, without his mouth in the background. Cassie. I know you're not working. What are you doing? Oh, let me tell everybody I'm live. Be nice, huh?
Which one of you yahoos are doing a live today?
Boy, get away from the cat. Leave him alone. And Brixie, why you gotta sit there and antagonize his ass? Get over here and lay down. Lay down. Go play. Get away from us. Go. My goodness, it's worse than having 3 toddlers. I never thought a German Shepherd would be as hard as they are to deal with, y'all. No, I'm still not a big Dolly fan, but I love the way JLR went off on him. And JLR, he's always boots on the ground. And I've always asked him this, how the fuck does he get to these places like that? Like he just appears there. It's very weird. Very, very, very weird how JLR just appeared. But we are going to do some talking about this case. And I've been watching it for like 3 days straight. Well, hello there, Miss Tammy. Oh, it's about time, Disco. Where the fuck you been? Hiding? Oh my God. Earlier today, it was like 32,000 in his chat. And I'm like, wow. I really think he needs to start slowing down his chat, because there's no way he can read barely any of those comments the way everybody chats in there. Yeah, well, the other day, him and JLR got into it. I thought it was funny as shit. They're fighting over the reign for the Scooby Boob Troop. They want who's going to be king of the Scooby Boob Troop. Because you know BHB is still always going to be the queen. Back up. get back. Sit. Dogs. Hello, September. Welcome in. So, I'm just letting y'all know this is strictly true crime. We are not talking about no drama. We are not, unless it has to do with the case that we are talking about. Please do not come in here and start talking about this one and that one, because I told y'all I'm done. I'm literally going back to my true crime. Can y'all not hear me? I'm talking. Stop. Can you guys hear me now? Okay. I had to change my mic. Well, damn, I just spoke like for 10 minutes straight and nobody heard anything I said. Yeah, I did mute because of the dogs. Well, Shadow. After seeing the pics of Nancy with the kid. What pics with the kidnapper? I seen. Okay, so this is my thing on that guy that we saw in the ring footage. What if that guy was just the patsy? What if the real kidnapper was already inside the house and went out the back door with Nancy and didn't use the front door? So the guy up front was just the patsy to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if he's the one that took her. And now the FBI upped their reward to 100,000, which I don't know, y'all. Yeah, you're right. She did go out the front door because of the blood spatter. Okay, I forgot about that. They were at her house though. Her house today. They had a tent up for like 2.5 hours. Yeah, send me the pic. Don't send them to fuck. Just email me them. Email me the pics, babe, because I don't have Messenger on my laptop. I took it off because it kept interfering with shit. Yeah, let's see what these guys have to say. This is like one of my favorite channels for true crime. It's called Surviving the Survivor. Actually, let me put that in the chat. I can't spell. We all know this, so bear with me if I don't spell anything right. I'm back. Get. I'm trying to get it back to the beginning because I wanted to watch it, but I fell asleep. Can you hear me? Can you still hear me? Y'all are slow. Can anybody else hear the video I'm playing besides Disco? I don't see how not. It's weird. Oh, while I'm waiting for these to come in, what y'all do today? Y'all have dinner? What y'all make for dinner? Cassie always makes some good food. What did you make for dinner tonight, Cassie? No, dummy, I did that. Let's try it again. Also, share tab audio on. It has been on. I wonder if it's because it's no. I'm allowed to do this. I don't know. We'll see. Fuck. No cooking? You're ordering pizza? How dare you? Wow. What the fuck, Disco? That's unheard of when it comes to you. A little puff pass. I hate this stupid thing. Is my Nightbot working too? Boy, go sit down somewhere. You sound really out of breath. Go sit down. Okay. Try this again. Where did you send it to? Wait. What the hell? Why isn't Nightbot working? I told you, or not you, Disco told you. I still think there's more than there's at least two of them. I haven't really talked to anybody today. Hardly. I think I said good morning to everybody, and that was about it. Fucking dogs. Hold on, man. 1 minute. God, can't do nothing about the dogs outside barking, but the dogs inside I can. Assholes. They're quiet all fucking evening until I get hit. It's like Dan. As soon as I hit that damn live button, they got so much to say. Yeah, I mean AI is good for some things, but not everything. I am still not understanding what the fuck is going on with Nightbot. Can you please go away? Did I give out my memberships this month? Oh no. Here, let's go get some memberships out. How about that? All right, just gave out 10 memberships. Let's see who gets them. All right, Marie Kennedy, Dubs Ear. I don't know. Amala, Country Bumpkin, Justa, Use Your Chapstick, Mars got one, Mandy Cat, Melody Murphy, Aussie True Crime. Oh wow, I didn't even know they were subbed to me. Oh my goodness, that's a big channel, y'all. Aussie True Crime. They're a big channel. Hello, Miss Pam. Trying to get my Nightbot to work. Congratulations, everybody! Welcome to the Troublemakers. Whoever just got a free membership. Remember, I really don't just to let y'all know, I really don't do anything for members that I don't do for everybody. Every now and then, I might do something. Not very often. Yeah, the only one I know is Mars and Aussie True Crime. I'm really surprised. I didn't know they were subbed to me. That's cool as hell. Hell, they probably don't even realize they're subbed to me. All right, so do you want me to look at it or not? It's still not working. I don't know what the fuck's going on with Nightbot. I'm getting mad now. Like, getting really upset. Why is it not working? Oh, fuck, Doug. I'm trying to get my Nightbot to work. I don't know what the hell's going on with them. I might have to log out of Nightbot and relog into. I don't use it that often because I don't go live. So. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. I almost told you, Cassie, I almost told you I was live. Oh, yeah, he's working. Yay. Did he work on the other ones? I wonder what happened, why it took so long before it kicked in. That was weird. All right, so let's get to Nancy here. So we need to kind of make a list or go down, see exactly what would happen. Shit. For real? Hell. That's weird as shit. Tomorrow is going to be a good day. I get to go babysit my babies. Get to be with the babies tomorrow night. Not all night, just for a little bit. Because tomorrow is my brother-in-law's birthday, so they are going out for his birthday and Valentine's Day. Because she has to work Valentine's Day. So he said the babies are his Valentines this year. Because my sister has to work. Am I spelling something wrong? Is that why it's not? Oh, Dolly, shut up. That's why I named my dog Dolly. Because the little hobbit don't know how to shut up, and neither does she. Oh. I see why it's not working. Let's see if that works. I forgot that I went in there not too long ago and I was changing everything. Yep, it worked. No, that's not one of it. I think that's the thumbs up, honey. I don't think I have one that says like. Yeah, I don't have one that's I'm like, I don't have anything that starts with an O. Close though. No, the fair use light, you silly. It's thumbs up is the one you're thinking of. I just looked at it. I don't have nothing that starts with an L, like for a command. Watch, you're going to see the thumbs up one, and then nothing after that. Telling you, I don't have the like word in there. You gonna argue with me over my Nightbot now? You must be feeling better. I'll sit there and damn arguing. You get a kick out of arguing with me. That's what it is. Ha ha. I'm waiting to see if so my true crime creator from a friend of mine, she's on TikTok, and she was supposed to do this with me earlier, but since I was having technical difficulties earlier. So I'm waiting to see if she's gonna scooch over here and do this with me. She's been watching it longer than I have. Like, I had it on, but I wasn't watching it. I fell asleep. And then when I woke up, I thought it was like 10, 11 o'clock. I was cursing myself out. And I thought Dan left Shadow outside that whole time. Oh, man, I was so mad when I woke up. He's like, calm down. It's only like 7 something. All right, so let's see what they've got to say real quick.
National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime since its inception in 1985. He's the co-author of The Unknown Darkness, a contributing author to the FBI's Crime Classification Manual. If you read that again, that means he helped write the FBI's Crime Classification Manual. He's worked closely with Dr. Ann Burgess, and he's chased serial killers around the world, and he's being gracious with his time. Greg, how are you?
I'm well. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here, and I really wanted you solo so we could kind of hone in on this. Obviously, this is still very much in your blood. This is part of who you are, the fabric of who you are. From a 30,000-foot bird's eye view, I mean, this case is massive. It's gripped the attention of the nation. Your perspective on it from a macro look.
Right. The big look, I think this certainly has every indicia of a victim-targeted crime. And once we classify it that way, then we can begin to break it out and figure out how you go about investigating. So we think of it into two kind of general camps for investigation. One's the pre-abduction, then the post-abduction. We kind of have an idea what happened during the abduction. We have the video and some stills and so forth, but investigatively, they're going to look at both of these areas. So we begin to see the pre-abduction interest taking off here, looking for cameras and data for days before, which they should be doing. And in other words, this is a victim-targeted crime. The offender will have pre-targeted, pre-selected the victim, likely we call it sort of probing the boundaries. And it may be physical, maybe driving by, getting a look at the house, or doing recon that way. The other thing they'll be looking at is, as far as boundary probing, would be any unsolicited emails or anything like that, any attempt to contact the victim and or her daughter, Savannah, the celebrity, which could be an issue as far as the elevation of her risk for becoming the victim of a violent crime. We can't say for sure. But anyway, they'll be looking at the pre-abduction and see if we can figure out what's going on there, any approach behavior. And then more for your viewers out there is the post-abduction behavior, because anybody in that Tucson area, and I do think the guy's going to end up being from that general area. But regardless, anybody that knows this guy or has a suspicion about him, the post abduction behavior, one, he will have just departed from his normal routine behavior almost completely. Once the abduction has taken place, this has totally consumed him. He's got a victim to deal with. He's concerned about developments. He's watching the media, wanting to know how he's doing. Is he in trouble or not? So his normal routine has been severely disrupted. But if people do run into him that know him, he will be very rigid, over-controlled, nervous, doesn't have time for talking. The other thing to keep in mind too with that is that he may have done some pre-planning, knowing that he's going to be preoccupied immediately after the abduction, and may have told friends, "Oh, I'm taking a vacation for a few days. I'll be gone," or "I'm seeing taking care of my sick aunt up in Des Moines," or some excuse like that. So anybody that's, for example, might say, "Hey, I think that guy looks like this guy I know, but no, he's visiting his aunt in Des Moines, or he wasn't even in town when this happened." They need to get over that and call that lead in if they have it. So those are the two sort of areas of investigation: the pre-offense and then the post-abduction.
Wow. I told you guys you're going to be in for a treat with Greg McCrary, and I'm not. It wasn't false advertising on my part. So I've got a bunch of follow-up questions.
Sure.
In terms of a targeted attack, who was a target here? Because Savannah Guthrie is obviously the super high-profile host of the Today Show. Was it her?
I wanted to know that too. Like, who was the one that they were really targeting? Was it Savannah because of her status? So I went digging a little bit, and I was told that Nancy was the president of a college in Arizona. But when I went back over it, it comes to find out she wasn't the president over the college, but she did have some big things in no, that's not what I wanted. This is the wrong one. Hold on. And then I saw somebody say that she worked with pharmaceuticals. No, I didn't see anything anywhere having her to do with pharmaceuticals. I can't find it now. There it is. All right. It said she was oh shit. No, wait, that's the wrong one. That's not the same one. I think they were getting the wrong Nancy. Because there's another Nancy, whatever the hell how to say the last name, but she's like a big Christian book author, and all right, so let's share this one. Okay. Where the fuck am I? It's right here. Are you fucking kidding me? Come on, man. I don't have my fucking card right now. I'm not really trying to fuck with that. Okay. see what fucking Facebook has to say. Maybe later. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm trying. Over. It was a vice president of something. It wasn't over the whole college. Let me see if I can bring it up. Oh, fuck Facebook. Nope, not that one. That's the wrong one. This one. I don't care what her house value is. She worked in public affairs at the University of Arizona, so that way her kids had free college. Are you serious? Jesus Christ. What? Yeah, that's not, that didn't tell us shit. I swear. I had all this shit and then fucking Shadow knocked over my laptop and closed everything out on me. See, there's the other Nancy right there. Stop. Fucking dogs. Hold on a minute. I have my other laptop in the place to get it fixed, so Maybe it'll be better. Okay, her identity spans religious leadership, authorship. Nope, that's not her. That wasn't her. That's a different Nancy. Why did they have her put with the other Nancy? I think they're getting both Nancy's mixed up. I really do. Yeah, because this is saying she's in Tennessee. So they got the. Damn it. These fucking dogs are driving me crazy. Oh, you can kiss my ass. I'm trying to get it to work. So this is the only laptop I didn't put in the shop. I put my other 3 in, and then when they come out, I'll put this one in. So then all my laptops will be working. And I'm pretty sure my big laptop doesn't have the chirping on it, but has wires showing. So that means it needs to get fixed too. I forgot about that one. All right, so they're saying the reward went from 50,000 to 100,000 for information leading to the location of Nancy or an arrest. They described the suspect seen in the doorbell footage as 5'9" to 5'10", tall male with average build. And I was watching JLR earlier today, and there was a guy on screen. And to look at him, he had the same build as the dude that was on the Ring doorbell cam footage. But that doesn't mean anything because, it's an average build. What makes you lightheaded and nauseous? If you're talking about my crickets, then you don't have to stay. It's okay. You're fine. I've never heard anybody say that about, but it's fine. You don't have to stay in here and listen if it bothers you like that. Okay. Multiple gloves found. I thought there was only one, but I guess they found 3 pair. 1 pair and then 1 extra one. But when I was looking at the footage of the guy with the glove on, it looked like he could have had another pair underneath it, maybe like a cloth pair, just by the way it was seen. Yeah, because they always say you return to the scene of the crime. So that's a good possibility. It really is. But I think he was a news person. Let's see what the hell that is. It said, listen. I don't know what it is. Oh no, that's for a recipe. Okay, let's get off of there. What the fuck is this? Oh, wow. Oh, well, I'll do that later. All right, let's see. I like her. I've been watching her a lot too here lately. My God.
"24, 48 hours, especially with access to the FBI lab. They've got a bunch of 10-pound brains there on scene, but they can also ship it right back, have 2 agents jump on a flight and bring it right back to the lab. So they're gonna get it done very, very quickly. It would
Well,
also
that
be a
and
little bit of a bonus if they could find some of that crushed foliage from the front porch with a little bit of blood from the guy's shoes right there next to those gloves.
Mhm. And keep in mind, we've been discussing loosely in this past hour, like, did he have an accomplice driving the car, watching Nancy, helping him with the disposal of some of the materials? Don't forget, Kash Patel did say on Hannity 2 nights ago, persons of interest. We have persons, plural. He's not dumb. He understands to make it plural, it means something than to just say we have a person, old Carlos. So, query who else he's looking at there. By the way, on the Carlos thing, there was
This is the National News Desk. America's News. Now, I'm Dee Dee Gatton, and the search for Nancy Guthrie continues tonight after the person detained by law enforcement was let go. Ryan Smith at the Live Desk with what he's saying, Ryan, about being questioned and also where investigators are looking now.
The man at the center of last night's questioning, what many thought could be a major breakthrough in this case, he is now speaking out, saying he had absolutely nothing to do with the abduction of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie.
Do you feel you're owed an apology?
Yeah, something I didn't do, yeah. Especially the way they acted. I mean, I know it's their job to do what they're doing, but to an innocent man, wow. And they didn't need, I think they don't even have evidence against me, so I don't even know how they got to me.
Investigators released him after several hours overnight. They haven't said yet what led them to stop him. About an hour south of Tucson, Carlos says he's simply a delivery driver who at times works in the Tucson area. Now tonight, the FBI, as you see him here, they are intensifying that search north of Guthrie's home, focusing on multiple roadways across the Catalina foothills. And the New York Post here reporting tonight that agents here did in fact find a black glove today. The person seen in this newly released doorbell camera video yesterday is in fact wearing black gloves. You see it there. The Pima County Sheriff says.
Disco. So remember we were talking about the light coming out of his mouth? Can you hear me? Let me know if you guys can hear me. Hello? Somebody in the chat, speak. Okay. So, yeah. So, it's been determined that it's a type of flashlight that you can put in your mouth that it's small. It's really small, and it's just like a little button you bite down on, and it turns the light on. Because they said that they sell them at Walmart along with that Ozark Trail book bag. So it is plain. There is no picture on the book bag here. Yeah, probably. But so yeah, it's a mouth flashlight. I need to invest in one of those. But see how his gloves are right here? To me, it makes me think that he has another pair underneath it. And they were talking about that they thought they saw a hole in one of the gloves. But I don't know. I never noticed it. Let's see if we can see it.
Since the release of this footage by the FBI, they have now received more than 4,000 calls to that tip line.
Look, y'all. Doesn't it look like he has fucking eyeliner on around his eyes? And then it looks like this right here and this part down here, it looks like he just took the eyeliner pencil and colored in around his mouth. He literally looks like he's wearing fucking makeup.
Just in the past 24 hours.
Nancy Guthrie's mysterious disappearance has reignited the conversation surrounding ransom kidnappings. Let's go to Emma Withrow from the Fact Check team. And as we look back in history, there have, of course, been several notable cases, extortion cases, here in the U.S. and beyond. What stands out to you?
So there was one that I found that was one of the largest ransom payments ever reported. It was in 1983 when a Hong Kong billionaire, his name's Teddy Wang, he was kidnapped by organized criminals. Reports at the time indicated that around $11 million was paid for his release. And what's even crazier about this whole story was Wang was then kidnapped again in 1990, and his wife reportedly paid around $34 million for his release, but he was never seen again. That's all according to the New York Times. So that case is really interesting.
Another interesting case and famous case I think many of us think of is the Patty Hearst case as well, right?
Yeah, Patty Hearst is a big one. 1974, she was abducted by a radical group that demanded millions in food distribution programs, which is interesting. Her family provided about $2 million worth of aid, and then the case became even more shocking when Hearst actually appeared to join at least, the group in a bank robbery. One of the even more infamous cases happened a year before that. All this type of stuff went down in the 1970s when John Paul Getty III, the teenage grandson of an oil billionaire, was abducted. Kidnappers demanded $17 million. His grandfather initially refused to pay, and then after a part of the teen's ear was mailed to a newspaper, reduced ransom of about $2.2 million was ultimately paid to get him back.
Just gruesome details. Emma, Thank you. For more on this Fact Check team topic, including links to Emma's sources, scan the QR code or visit thenationaldesk.com.
Major breakthroughs in Nancy Guthrie's disappearance this morning. Overnight, police did detain a person for questioning in connection to this case after a traffic stop. And just hours earlier, the FBI released haunting new surveillance video. The footage chilling, and still this morning, Nancy is nowhere to be found. Joining us right now with the latest developments in this investigation, former FBI special agent in charge and head of the Chicago PD, Jody Weiss. We want to get right into it, Jody. We want to start with this latest person that was taken into custody after a traffic stop. It went further than that, though. They also searched his house and another car. What were your thoughts about this? When you heard they had detained someone during a traffic stop, does that mean they were surveilling someone and then just decided to take them into custody?
Well, Jan, I think they were waiting for a search warrant. They wanted to have the papers so they could go in and then search his house and then search his car. So it had to be timed properly. I'm sure they had eyes on him, but this was waiting for the paper to gun so they could actually execute a search warrant, a court-ordered search warrant.
We know he was a delivery driver, but we also know he was released and he talked to the media. You listened to the conversation that he had with the media earlier this morning. What was your thoughts?
He seemed very forthcoming. He basically said, yeah, they thought I matched the description. They thought it was my eyes. He goes, I gave the guys my phone. I think his mother was very cooperative. So he was very forthcoming, and hopefully we'll wash him out right away when they verify the data on his phone.
Yeah, and you said we're going to see a lot more of these kinds of arrests perhaps happening in the coming days, perhaps.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of leads coming in from that video, and people are going to respond to those, and they're going to go out and check them out. So we're going to have a lot of incidents go out like this. We check the individual. It turns out it's not the person. But let's hope that based upon this new video release, we get some leads that actually lead to the recovery and safe return of Nancy Guthrie.
Yeah. Disco, to be honest, with as high profile as this case is, I don't really think it was going to take much for them to get a warrant for them to search the house and for their shit like that. I just really don't think it took much for them to get it, honestly.
And we also know they're doing a little bit more than just, oh, you kind of look like this person that was on this video. Because you just mentioned that's what he told, the media, that he looked like the person that might have been on camera there. Speaking of which, the Guthrie family says they do not recognize who this individual is. Someone does, though. But you said what stood out to you was that this person acted alone. Why did that stand out to you? And what else about this video can give investigators clues?
The reason it stood out to me, Jen, they were going after, or he was going after, an adult woman, 84 years old, frail physical condition. Still, that's not a 50-year-old child that you could go in, snatch, pick up, and get out. So I thought it was interesting going there by himself. But this video showed us so much. First off, this guy was a bumbler. He was not a sophisticated operator. He had no plan for the camera, none whatsoever. He's wearing a pistol in a manner I have never seen after 30 years of being around firearms, anybody wear a firearm like that. So I don't know what was going on. But from a clue perspective, look what he gave us. He gave us basically his height. He gave us his gait, how he walked. He's got eyes now. And you think, well, what's that going to do? Well, now they can get other video. And with AI, you can get some very accurate way to compare a video to there as compared to have to a video at a Circle K. But best of all, leads are going to be pouring in, because if you know me, I may have a mask on, but if you know me, you're going to be able to say, hey, that's Jody Weiss. I can tell just from his eyes, his build, how he walks. So they're going to get a lot of leads from this.
Plus, the video is pretty clear. You can see what he's wearing, and you said the backpack will be pivotal in this case. Why is that?
Well, I say that only because it's a known. Now they have something to compare with other systems. The FBI is very good about having massive databases of everything. So they can start looking and find out, okay, it's this type of backpack. Where was it purchased? Is it sold locally at a particular store?
Dang it, I sat here and talked to y'all and fucking didn't realize I was muted. Okay, so with the glove thing, I believe he had more than one pair on. I really do. So I think they threw the black gloves out because they knew there was no way of getting no kind of DNA off of them. Because What's to say he didn't have a pair of gloves on when he's putting other gloves in? You know what I'm saying?
Or in Tucson. With AI, they can go through massive amounts of video now and compare and see if somebody matches that may have bought that backpack. So again, it's another clue. It's kind of like the shoes with O.J. Simpson case. They were able to be compared based upon a massive database maintained by authorities.
Jody, this footage was only recovered after a deep dive into back-end systems because there was no cloud storage. How unusual was it to recover this video?
Jan, that was remarkable work. They went out and got search warrants. They cooperated with Google. Everybody was working together. They were able to recover some of the information and data that was on the camera. And from what I've heard lately, this guy breaking the camera may have caused all this, because from what I understand on these Nest cameras, once it breaks, it freezes. So it's not overwriting itself because Nancy Guthrie didn't have a subscription. So I thought it was just remarkable to be able to recover with this level of clarity, this video, because this could be a huge development. It is a huge development in this case.
The fact that we've not seen any proof of life and the fact that those deadlines have now passed, how does that change investigative priorities?
They really don't. The number one priority is to try to save human life. So they're going to be working really hard. Now more leads are going to be coming in. So I think they're just going to keep working hard and try to find her and follow the evidence as it leads them.
Very quickly, a lot of folks at home might be watching this and going, okay, if you're ever in a situation like this, you're in your house at night, you see something on your doorbell camera, what do? Do you try and hide? Do you grab a weapon? What should you do?
I'd encourage everybody to have a plan before that ever happens. You know, if nothing else, have a safe room that you can get into. Keep your old phone. Don't turn it in, because even if it's an old phone, you can always call 911. So kind of have a ready room, could be a back bedroom, wherever you could get, where you might have a flashlight, you have a firearm, you have a phone. Call 911, let them know what's going on, because then there's a recording, and let the intruder know what you're going to do if he enters your bedroom. But have a plan in place. You don't want to try to work this out as somebody's breaking into your house.
So you should yell to the intruder, I'm calling 911, I have a gun. You should say that right off the top to the intruder.
Exactly. Again, with 911, it's a recording. So if you have to use deadly force, you will know they can support your argument that this individual had the ability to hurt you, the opportunity, and the motive. And you've got a recording right there with law enforcement. So definitely call the police.
Former FBI Special Agent in Charge and head of the Chicago PD, Jody Weiss, thanks for joining us.
Yes, ma'am. Have a great day.
You too.
On the night in question during the hours in question, right? That doesn't take the FBI long to run down.
Not at all. And let me, I'm sure there's a number of defense attorneys in the area reaching out to Carlos
Saying, we're going to sue the government for you. And Megan, as a lawyer, you know this. There's such a thing as known as exigent circumstances. And I've learned that in a few different law enforcement academies. I'm not a lawyer, but it's very, very rare that that can actually come into play here. And I think a kidnapped person who may be, conceivably dying without medication or heart, anything to do with her heart problem, those kind of factors can kick in where Miranda warnings can be put aside and emergency searches can be done like like having been done here. They can still contest it in court later, even civilly with this guy. But just so people don't think there's all kinds of rights being violated here, exigent circumstances is a legal term, and that kind of covers the agent's investigative actions at this part. He didn't really seem to be complaining. I think he said basically, besides his wrist being a little sore or something, the agents treated him okay. But they had to do that. And
they didn't rough him up. They just put the handcuffs on him. No, wait. I know Maureen's got to leave in a minute, but I want to ask a question first about that tent. So this morning for an hour, they put a tent out in front of Nancy's front door and did some sort of analysis in there. And they brought in some sort of, I don't know what it was called, but it was obviously a video type of machine. And let's see, I have it written down. Ultra Studio 4K Mini Kit, professional capture and playback device designed for high-end video workflows, connecting a computer like a laptop or a desktop to professional video equipment. You can do editing, color grading, live production, broadcast, and other things. They also had a large Pelican-style box labeled Video Forensics.
There's always a Pelican-style box, Megan.
Okay, and what they said, what Michael Ruiz also reported was that they left carrying a diagram with human heights. So Maureen, you tell me what they were doing under that tent.
That's exactly what I thought it was going to be one of two things. They were either mapping out the blood stain better, and the other option was they were going to determine they're determining exactly how tall this person is.
Oh, they can use it for the listening audience. They were showing an FBI agent, we think, carrying it almost looks like the kind of thing that you'd have your child stand up against in the doctor's office to see how tall he is. So using that, they can figure out how tall the perp was.
Yes, and they're gonna look at the bricks on the wall. They're gonna look at the tiles on the ground, those Satio tiles, and they're going to check from the camera that the exact angle that the camera is at, and with the way the guy was hunching his head, and I mean, they're going to be putting together a whole bunch of information, and they're going to determine exactly how tall this person was.
Well, here's what else is crazy. So the New York Post just right now reporting that the other thing they did under that tent was they took away the Nest camera bracket. You know, the cradle. Guys, isn't it nuts that that was still sitting there? Just look what my Jake Whitman did yesterday, like mounting it and trying to get the thing off of it. And it's like, can we really have safely said there's nothing on that? We should leave that sitting there. I just feel like there's been a lot of questions about how this crime scene has been handled before the FBI got on scene.
All I can say is it wouldn't have been that big of a deal if they didn't release the house back to the family. But they did release the house back to the family. Not that they went in there and removed, the bracket for the camera, whatever. But still, they gave it back, and now they're coming back. Again, crossing every T, dotting every I, even if it's almost 2 weeks later. Let's just say they're getting it done right, even if it's delayed. And
better late than never. Okay, last question, Maureen, before you run. The visit to Annie and Tomas's house the other day, we discussed it. Two agents or two we think they were cops, went over. They emerged holding a Whole Foods paper bag, not like an evidence bag that was plastic and fancy. They had on blue latex gloves when they walked out of the house. They weren't in the house for too long. And then they went and they got the mail out of the mailbox with the latex gloves on. Could this have just been a lot of speculation about what they were doing again at Annie and Tomas's, but could this have just been the family's in a remote location and they're helping him out? Like, she needed her sweater and she wanted her mail.
Right. It could have been private security. And the reason he's wearing gloves is because if there's something in that mailbox that ends up being evidence, this guy doesn't want to have to cough up his DNA for exclusionary purposes. He's just said, hey, I just reached in, grabbed it, put it in a bag and handed it to them. So if there's anything on it, it's either the perpetrators or theirs or the mailman's.
Okay.
But
that makes sense.
That's because I watched those guys. They did look like possibly military, possibly law enforcement experience, but they could have also been private security, which is very common to hire after an incident like this when you need all kinds of things.
I
Because
mean,
they
we're,
probably have security there wherever the hell they're staying.
we know the family has hired security for both houses, I'm sure, because the media was just everywhere, but has denied hiring a private investigator. One guy who helped the feds out on the Brian Kohlberger case showed up at that tent today outside of Nancy's house. And there was some speculation earlier that this guy was a PI hired by the Guthries, and they denied hiring a PI. And it later came out this is some like stud who helped out in the Kohlberger investigation and now is helping out in this one. Maureen, I know you got to go. I won't take advantage of your very, very generous time with us. Thank you. And we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
So Jim, we're going to pause here. I think we're going to pause and we're going to bring in our friends from yesterday, James and Will. But first, we're going to take a quick break. Lots more to go through. Stand by. We'll be right back. When you bring a child into the world, your perspective changes overnight. Suddenly, you're thinking years ahead about childcare.
Her or the mother, do you think? And let me couple that because we've had differing opinions. Do you think this is a legit kidnapping or abduction here?
Well, all of that's in play. Now, let's talk about targeting. Certainly, Nancy was targeted, but could the real target be Savannah? And that's what I mentioned a moment ago about looking at emails, contacts, Facebook posts, anything that would go to Savannah as well as Nancy. So you know, we have to consider all of that. The whole celebrity thing is.
Sorry, I had to get a shower ball. Okay, so Munch, this all started anywhere between 11:30 on January 31st p.m. they're saying 9:30 p.m. January 31st to 11:30 a.m. on February 1st. So she went to her daughter's house for dinner on the 31st. Her son-in-law brought her home at 9:45-ish because the garage door opener recorded it being opened at 9:48 and then closing at 9:50. And then her watch that was attached to, or that was linked to her pacemaker, went offline around 1:30 in the morning, February 1st. Okay, I just threw out the link if anybody wants to come up. It's a little bit easier to talk while you guys are. Then, anyway, so let's go back to this. No, there was. This is a pretty good channel too. It's called Courtroom Confidential. He's a pretty good. Oh, that's from Tiffany. This guy started his channel because of the crime in Tucson. JLR is still there, I think. I think he's leaving finally. Let's see what Brian Eden had to say. Oh, hold on.
Really appreciate all your support. I am here outside Nancy Guthrie's house in Tucson, Arizona. It's now day 12 since Nancy Guthrie went missing. Nancy's house is behind me. I kind of just came up here to, there's like, it's so hard to find shade here. So there's like some shade under a tree here. So I figured I would just talk to you guys here and go over all the latest developments of the last 24 hours or so. And it seems like every day sort of starts out slow in the morning and then new things happen and develop, which I guess is a good thing. It shows that there is at least what appears to be progress in the case, or at least, you know, that investigators are working hard. First of all, this morning, a white tent was put up outside of Nancy Guthrie's house. And this kind of came out of nowhere. It appeared to be sheriff's deputies showed up, put this tent up right up against the front door of the house, like very, very close to the front door, so that we couldn't see what was going on. We saw one of the investigators go in with what looked like photographic equipment. But then what was interesting was there, and we zoomed in on this, there was another investigator that went in with what is called a forensic height board, which I had never heard of before, a forensic height board, which has measurements on it. And I'm told they would use that to try and figure out the height of the suspect. So basically they would go back and look at the surveillance photos and videos and then use this forensic height board to try to determine how tall the person is. I'm also wondering if they were possibly looking at blood, doing more testing on the blood, how far apart the blood droplets were. Because remember, we went up there and got the video of the blood before when they opened up the crime scene the first time, but it wasn't like a pool of blood, if you guys remember. It was like blood droplets in different places that went from the door all the way out to near the driveway. And we don't know if they were also testing that. And the other thought I had at first when they put the tent up is for the first time there's rain in the forecast tomorrow. So I thought maybe they were just covering that area because rain is coming. But that doesn't appear to be the case, because within a couple of hours they took the tent down and they were gone. And the most interesting thing that I noticed was the forensic height board, which again would indicate that they were trying to figure out the height of the person who was seen in the surveillance video. I also want to mention, before I get any deeper into what I've seen today from the investigation, Savannah Guthrie did post a new video on her Instagram, and it's just so heartbreaking. It shows just older videos of her mom, Nancy. And again, it just reminds you of the fact that this is a real person, that this is a real family suffering, and just how loved Nancy is by her family, but also by people in this community here in Tucson. And Nancy and Savannah wrote, "Our lovely mom, we will never give up on her. Thank you for your prayers and hope." And she posted that old home video, which, you know, I think I've told you guys, I get so wrapped up in the investigation and running around to all the different places and trying to stay on top of everything. I just like to remember that, you know, this woman is loved by so many, and I just think about what her family is going through right now. So I want to read you the latest update from the Pima County Sheriff's Office that just came out a little while ago. They are saying investigators are requesting all video footage that includes vehicles, vehicle traffic, people, pedestrians, and anything neighbors deem out of the ordinary or important to our investigation from January 1st, 2026 to February 2nd, 2026. So they are looking for any video now going all the way back to January 1st, well before Nancy went missing. An alert was just sent via a Neighbors app to users within a 2-mile radius of Nancy Guthrie's residence near East Skyline Drive and North Campbell Avenue. And I'll put the link below, but there's a link where you can submit this video. It says investigators are reviewing all videos submitted by neighbors, including any new ones that come in. So again, they're now going back all the way to January 1st, 2026. So well before Nancy went missing, looking for any video that everybody thinks is unusual, which is interesting. They're trying to see, obviously, if this person has been in the neighborhood before. The other interesting thing is one of the neighbors out here told us that when the detective came to their door looking for ring video, they specifically asked for video from January 11th between 9 p.m. and midnight. Why they were zeroing in on that specific time, January 11th, between 9 p.m. and midnight, I don't know, but that is clearly a time frame that they are also interested in, that they didn't put out publicly, but that is what one of the neighbors told me. Let me go back to the latest release from Pima County Sheriff. The Pima County Sheriff's Department periodically uses the Neighbors app to contact residents with home surveillance cameras. Requests will come from Pima County Sheriff's Department with a blue check mark. So they're sending this alert out within a 2-mile radius of Nancy Guthrie's house, which is behind me. So 2 miles all the way around, looking for any new video. They say as more leads come in, detectives and agents will continue to follow up on viable leads throughout the community. You can expect to see a higher presence of law enforcement activity going forward, which we've seen every day. I showed you guys yesterday. I mean, there's dozens of FBI agents out here now searching. They were back in Nancy's yard yesterday, in the side yard. They were searching across the street where the media is set up. And then, of course, they were searching where they found the gloves. It says, in terms of notes, the FBI is handling all aspects related to any reason, notes, or communications involving the Guthrie family. Any inquiries regarding this matter should be directed to the FBI Public Affairs Office. So this is in terms of like ransom notes. TMZ is reporting that they've received another note from the same email that they received yesterday, which is someone saying that they know who has Nancy Guthrie, and they're asking for Bitcoin also. Look, I'm skeptical of these notes. They could be real, but the fact that they're being sent to TMZ and, there's obviously people trying to take advantage of the situation. We already saw the one arrest. There's people trying to take advantage of the situation and make money off of all of this. So I don't know. Could they be real? Yes, I'm sure police are looking into it. The FBI is looking into it, but I don't know what I make of these TMZ notes. They're saying there are no press briefings scheduled at this time. Sheriff Nanos is not conducting one-on-one interviews and remains the sole department spokesperson. Should a significant development occur, a press conference will be called and you will be notified via email and our X account. Also, I'm learning, remember we told you yesterday about the glove that was found off of the main road here, about 1.5 miles from Nancy's house. It actually is a pair of gloves, I'm told, like two, a set, 2 gloves. And it's a main roadway. That's the other thing. It's not just like a side street like where Nancy lives. It's a main roadway. And it was a search team that found it right along the road. And you're going to hear in my interview in a second with the former SWAT team member and former deputy who's worked in this area in this county for decades. But he's skeptical of these gloves. And I think I am too. I mean, they could be real. They bagged them. They sent them off for testing. They could be connected, but the fact that they were on a main roadway and that they hadn't been spotted for 11 days makes me skeptical. And also that that those black gloves are used in so many different ways. One of the guys that here was like telling me, I use those exact gloves for barbecuing. My friends, the cook said I use them, at the restaurant. Hairdressers use them. Auto mechanics use them. People using chemicals doing work inside houses and construction use them. So,
I use them, but
and also would these suspects have just thrown the gloves out on the side of the road, especially on a main highway like that? So I'm skeptical that they're actually going to be connected, but it is possible they were collected, they were bagged, and they're going to be doing testing on them. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Something else interesting, and I've started to, get to know people in local law enforcement here and been making sources on the ground. And I've been asking, is the local sheriff in charge, or is the FBI now in charge? And I actually asked it at the last press conference, if you guys remember. I asked the sheriff that, and he kind of just beat around the bush and said, it doesn't matter who's actually in charge. We're all working together. But it seems like a legitimate question because a lot of people have been criticizing the sheriff about the way he handled the investigation, especially in the beginning. And there has to be someone in charge. And I haven't been able to get an answer. But what's interesting is I was talking to some of the people who I've met here in law enforcement, and they were saying that even investigators who are working the case don't know exactly who's in charge, which is somewhat alarming to think about. And there's got to be one of those agencies has to be the lead. I'm guessing it's still the sheriff's office and that the FBI is still technically assisting, although it seems in many ways the FBI is handling some aspects of this case by themselves, like, for example, what the sheriff's office put in their latest press release saying that with the ransom notes, that just goes to the FBI. But I just found it really, really telling that the sources that I've made, so even investigators working the case, don't know who's actually in charge. And one other thing that's interesting is there's this other Ring camera video that has now surfaced that we've confirmed. We sent it to the sheriff's office and they responded that they're looking into all videos. And this video is interesting because you see a person with a backpack, and some people have found similarities in the video to the person at Nancy Guthrie's door, although there's no confirmation of that. And that's one of the reasons that we're blurring the face, just because the police aren't saying that. But you see the person with a backpack, they go up to a gate, and it does look suspicious at the least. And again, we reached out to the sheriff's office asking if they are looking into this specific video. And this, I'm told, is from about anywhere from around 5 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. And they just responded that they're looking into all videos. So it seems that they are looking into it. So I asked Bob Krieger about this, and I'm going to play for you now my full interview with him. He was a long time Pima County Sheriff's deputy. And
wow, I never seen that video till just now. And no, that's not true, Disco. FBI can take it over and be the lead on the case, but normally they give that respect to the shadow dude go here. Give respect to the sheriff because it is his backyard and shit. But the FBI can take lead if they want to. They have all, I don't want to say rights, but they have all, what the hell am I looking for? I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but they could take over lead if they wanted to. I mean, I guess no, because I've seen cases where they took over the whole thing. Like, especially, dude, go over there and play. I forgot where I was saying. Damn it, Shadow. I can forget on my own. I don't need your help. Thanks. Oh, let's finish listening to Brian. Sorry, I got sidetracked.
And he also was on the SWAT team for a long time. So I asked him about all the latest developments. This is my conversation with Bob. Thank you for talking with me again. Sure. First of all, we saw this tent go up this morning right outside the front door of Nancy's house, kind of like almost like sealed to the front little entryway. Yeah. And it was up for a couple of hours. We saw them go in with what looked like maybe photographic equipment, but then also it looked like almost a chart, like a measurement chart that they took in there. And then they took the tent down. What do you think is going on here?
It's hard to say. I did not see the tent, so I'm not exactly sure. They could have been using it simply to block light for whatever they might have been doing. They might have been doing some sort of evidence collection as far as scientific goes, blood collection, things like that, looking for any type of biological samples. And the chart could have been, just seeing, simply testing something to see if it comes back positive as blood or some other type of, body fluid or something like that.
Let me show you a picture because I have a picture. I was wondering with the chart if maybe they're going to try to get us a height to release. Maybe they can somehow use that to try to figure out how tall the suspect was. The door is right behind there, and that's what they put up there.
Yeah. Again, it would just be something. There's a million different reasons, quite honestly, and it could be simply to keep the prying eyes out as well.
for something they were doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you surprised that this just randomly popped up? I mean, we're I think day 12 now.
A little surprised, yes. The fact that they're doing anything still, it's still good because you want to follow up on any lead, but it's unfortunate that there's been 12 days since you had that initial bite of the purest apple you're going to get. There was literally a pizza guy that walked up there yesterday, so there are so many contaminations, chain of custody issues at this point, but it still doesn't matter because
Yeah, y'all, that shit was so funny. We literally were watching JLR stream and watched the Domino's pizza guy walk all the way up to the driveway and back down with the pizza in his hand. And when he got down there, like, JLR was asking him questions and shit because he didn't know it was for him at that point. And he kept saying, well, who is it for? Like, who are you guys looking for? And they said, he's like, all I know is from Melissa. So he ended up calling some number, and they said it was for Jonathan Lee Ritchie. And he's like, oh shit, that's me. I'm Jonathan.
you still might get something that's valuable. You know, it never hurts to keep trying.
In terms of people, you mentioned the pizza guy walking up, that got a lot of attention. We were able to go get video of the blood initially just because it was open. And people are surprised that it wasn't sealed off just all this time. I mean, you worked at the sheriff's office for so long. Has that been an issue in the past?
It's difficult because it's still a family's house. You know, you get a search warrant and you can keep it for a reasonable amount of time, but we can't keep it forever. And at some point, you've exhausted all your investigative leads and tools that you're going to do at the scene. It's not uncommon to have to go back because maybe a day or 2 or 3 days later, you get some new information, some new evidence like, oh, we weren't even looking for something like that. You might have to apply for a new search warrant to get it amended because in your initial search warrant, that was out of the scope of your search. So there's a lot of different reasons why these things might pop up. Ideally, it would be done as soon as you have it because, again, that's when you're going to have your purest scene, but it's not completely uncommon to have to go back and do these things.
Is it an issue when you go to court if it's been unsealed?
Oh, absolutely. It just creates all kinds of questions. You know, why didn't you do it in the first place? And a lot of times there are very reasonable answers as to why you didn't do it in the first place. But is it going to create reasonable doubt? Potentially. And there's always going to be that question. You got to remember, nobody's perfect. Investigators aren't perfect, and things, you know, get missed, and more information of those 18,000 tips, maybe one of them said something that nobody had talked about before. And like, oh, wow, I didn't even think about that. And they go back to the house and, you know, get that warrant again because they are amending that warrant, I'm sure, because once we left, our ability to go in that house and search was done, you know, so we had to amend it, get a new search warrant to keep going back. And the same with the FBI. If they're working together, however they're doing that, there's a lot of back channel paperwork that's going on during this whole process.
Something else new we learned from neighbors is that the detectives have been asking them if they have any video from January 11th in the evening, which is a very specific, and they give specific time. I think it was 9 to 11 p.m. around there. And that's weeks before Nancy you know, went missing, before any of this even started. What do you think that could mean?
My guess would be that something happened in the neighborhood. Maybe a suspicious person was called in. Maybe a suspicious vehicle that nobody had seen before was called in. And they're just following up on any lead, any possibility. That person, that vehicle could have been nothing, but it could have been something. Even if the sheriff's department didn't have contact with it that night, because that's a common call. And if you get there and there's no criminal activity going on, you may not make contact. You may not even find it. But if someone called it in, it doesn't hurt to go back and see if there's some video, because then, again, you get that one little piece of information that you hadn't had in the first place, and you can start following up on that and just, you know, keep going, always trying to, you know, uncover as many rocks at this point as you can.
What about the glove? I'm sure you saw they found a glove, and there's also some reports that it was a pair of gloves on the side of the road. It was right on the side of the road, which was interesting. And it was found 11 days after. I see you're kind of like smirking a little. Do you think it's unrelated, or you think it might be? What's your gut tell you?
My gut tells me it's unrelated. It happened to come out the day it was found, the day the video was released, or the day after it was released. The timing, if it was found on Campbell, like I was told, it's a very well-traveled road, both some foot traffic, but a lot of traffic. It would stick out. People would have saw it. My guess is it wasn't there until the day it was found, but it could have been. And that being said, that's one of those rocks that you're not going to dismiss it because it could be the smoking gun. And you want to follow up on it. But if I had to guess, it's probably not related.
Yeah, and it's my understanding those black gloves are used for a lot of different things. I mean, people who work on houses use them, people who use chemicals, hairstylists use them, cooks use them.
I have black gloves at my house for when I barbecue.
Yeah.
So there's just so many different uses. So, you know, they're a dime a dozen, but soon there are at least one set of black gloves out there that are related to this case.
And also, you'd think that the suspect, I mean, that would be pretty stupid to just throw them out right along the road that close to Nancy's.
I've seen dumber things criminals do. We see it all the time. You know, they panic a little bit. They think they're far enough away. Maybe he lives a good distance away and you just toss him, say, no one's going to think about this a mile from the scene. But that I've seen much stupider things done. So, you know, it's possible.
Let me show you this video too. This is a ring camera video from about 5 miles away, from a different, this is a different situation, obviously, but people are looking at it because it, you know, there's a guy with a backpack.
Sure.
What do you think? I mean, tell me what you make of people are making the comparison, obviously, but you see he's got the backpack. He goes up to this gate. People are saying that the jacket looks similar.
Yeah. I would agree on a lot of those things. The jacket looks similar, the backpack, the way the backpack's loaded up. That was one of the first things I noticed with the initial video. Dude looks like he's got his laundry in his backpack. There's so much stuff in there, and it's consistent with that one. It could be a coincidence, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that why would you not look at that? 5 miles, while it's a good distance away, it still could be related. Because bad guys don't have boundaries. They'll go from one spot to another away from their areas where they feel comfortable at, if, you know, obviously, especially with something like this. One thing I noticed specifically with the first backpack is the fact that he wore the strap across his chest, which isn't real common for most people. Most people don't even know that strap is there. And I would love to see on that second video if that strap was there, because that would be a consistent issue that most people don't wear. They just throw their backpack on and go. Because, you know, I've backpacked, so I've used that. You use it for stability, for support. There's reasons for it. Hook your thumbs on. So there's some consistency.
Okay, what I've noticed though, in the first video, he's wearing that big bulky book bag. In the second video, he's seen with a smaller book bag, grabbing the bigger book bag from over the fence, wall, whatever, and carrying the bigger book bag. But then at Nancy's, that you only see the one book bag. Yeah, Michelle, I watch Michelle every morning. I don't necessarily watch her lives, but I watch her videos. And Crows, I need your email, babe.
And why wouldn't you follow up on that? So hopefully whatever law enforcement agency responded to that call, if they did, there's something to follow up on there.
That's a good point, though. I've never snapped mine.
Yeah.
I mean,
most
I don't know.
people
Is it for hiking mostly? I don't know. Yeah.
It's to distribute weight.
Yeah. And this is a little part in the front, you mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was literally the first thing I noticed about the backpack when they walked up to the door. Yeah.
So what's the sense? I mean, you live here, obviously. You were in law enforcement for a long time. You have a lot of friends. Like, people keep asking me what my feeling is about this. And I have a hard time saying, because I don't know what they know behind the scenes. It's hard to say whether they're back at square one, or, I mean, what is your overall sense?
Well, I don't think, as far as the investigation goes, they're not at square one. You have to follow up on everything. I'm sure there's multiple teams working different leads, and, you know, because everyone's not just focused on one thing. You have to divvy up the labor. If you don't, you'll just be turning your wheels and go nowhere. So I'm sure there's folks looking here, looking there, you know, going down to Rio Rico, up north, wherever it might be, wherever the
Disco, if you go back and read my description, I have description on all of them. Like, yeah, I have that in my description too. That he was, yeah. So, you know, he could have been the target. I mean, you know, he was in for 20 years. He retired in 2018. So he could have been the target. You know, it could have had something to do with him. I don't think her sister was anything big. Just Savannah's sister. You know, Nancy's daughter. Dude, really? Hey, chill for a minute. But I really don't think, I don't know. So, what do you guys think? Do you think this could have been something to do with Nancy herself? Could have to do with Savannah? Could it have to do with her son Cameron? He also goes by Charles Cameron. People know him by Charles Cameron as well as just Cameron. Calling to report what? What, Crows? What do you... Savannah's... Actually, she's either divorced or getting a divorce. So they're not currently together right now. Yeah, they do, normally. I don't know what he does now. I have not seen anything about it. I'm sure I can Google it. You confuse the hell out of me sometimes, Crows. Yeah. So the funny story about the Savannah and her ex, the day he proposed to her, she broke up with him. But then they ended up getting married anyway. And I think her current husband is the one she has the kids with. Here, I want to go back. Let's finish watching this, and then I want to go back to Survivor the Survivor.
Leads are falling. I'm sure there's some frustration, but sometimes, quite honestly, investigations, they don't happen overnight. You wait for that bit of information, that intelligence, that piece of evidence that you didn't have, and suddenly now we've got something. You just look at the individual in Rio Rico a couple nights ago. Prior to that, everyone thought we had nothing. Well, that was something. Turned out to be, you know, who knows? It might have been nothing, it might have been something, but it's another stepping stone to keep going. I'm, again, sure that there's some frustration on the investigators' parts. I'm sure there's, you know, demands being asked of them from all around, and I'm sure of this, that they're doing their best. I'm sure they're working long hours, not sleeping much, and doing what they can do to just keep going with this.
And the pressure too. I mean, imagine doing an investigation, and I was thinking about this morning. I mean, we're literally following them around. Not me, but a lot of media is following them around everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Drones are up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, every little thing they do, they can't really do in secret.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and that's a difficult part on the law enforcement side. a lot of things we don't want the media around seeing what they're doing. And again, everyone has the right to do that, but having that extra burden and trying to, do your job efficiently and effectively, it's tough sometimes. I know when the SWAT vehicles left the other day, immediately people knew about that. And it's like, having my SWAT background, I knew the frustration they felt. And those things don't go fast, so we're not outrunning anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you were on the SWAT team.
Yeah,
right?
for 25
For
years.
25 years. So what do you, are they all on standby in a situation like this? Because at any moment, it seems like they could find, right? I mean,
absolutely.
They could make that call.
The Pima regional team is always on standby, like most teams are. I'm sure there's smaller elements ready to go at a moment's notice between the Pima regional SWAT team, FBI, HRT, probably the Tucson Police Department. Those are the three main teams that are going to be working something like this, just, so they can help each other.
Yeah.
And luckily we have great relationships with all those agencies at the tactical level, because, all we want to do is solve the problem and do what we can do to get Nancy back and to, hopefully, take into custody whoever was responsible for it.
Yeah, and I confirmed the FBI hostage rescue team is in Tucson, which that's an elite. That's an elite team, right? They're like the ones you see in the movies.
They are. They're well trained. They're prepared, just like the Pima regional team is. We've trained with them in the past. I personally trained with them in the past. So, you want to have the best of the best when, you have to go on this is a very low frequency, high risk type of mission. And it doesn't happen a lot. It really doesn't. It's not common. And so if there is some type of tactical resolution that has to come from it, you want the best of the best out there. And so luckily, we're in a location right now where there's a lot of good teams and a lot of good, capable operators.
Do you have any sense if the FBI is more in charge now, or if the sheriff still is?
That I don't know.
Do you have any, just from what you've seen, is there any, I don't really know what to look for.
Yeah.
Does it feel like, because a lot of people have been not that, just nationally, a lot of the people don't seem that confident in the sheriff at this point.
I can understand some of that. What I can say about the Sheriff's Department investigators, they're top notch. They're hard workers. We've had calls similar to this in the past. Experience levels vary for various reasons. And, I don't know who the primary investigators are, but I do know that they're going to do their best. But I also can understand some of the frustration locally and nationally with maybe how it was handled initially. So going back to the initial question, who's running it? That I don't know.
When you were at the office, were they at a higher level reluctant to call the FBI in ever right away?
There were not a lot of cases where the FBI got involved with. I was honestly a little surprised, like on the surface, when I heard that they were now getting involved. We've had kidnappings in the past where the FBI never got involved, but we've also worked with them locally on different types of calls. Again, the high profile of this, the nation, probably the worldwide eyes on it, it makes sense why they're here, and I would be happy to have them. Anyone who wouldn't, it's ridiculous. I would want to work hand in hand with them, share as much information as I could, because they have access to things that we don't, databases, information analysts, just like they don't know how things work locally. So putting those two together, if you are not working hand in hand and like sharing every bit of information at every second, you are failing. That would be where the failure would lie. And I don't know if that's happening. I hope it's not. I hope egos aren't getting involved, because there's too much at stake. And when egos get involved, things don't work as efficiently as they should.
When even the video coming off of the Google Nest Cam when there was no subscription, that would have never happened without the FBI. That was a relationship.
Exactly. I would guess, normal investigator, you don't have a camera, you don't have access, you try and look at their DVR, however they're storing it locally. And if you can't get, like, okay, cool. Maybe some analysts that we work with, because we have some great analysts in the Tucson area, and they do, when I say amazing things with electronic evidence, cell phone exploitation, just recovery of that data. One of my previous assignments was at the HIDTA task force, and the folks over there and the folks that we started building it within the Sheriff's Department, they have solved so many cases for the investigators based on that. So would they have gotten to it? I would hope so, but I'm not going to lie. I'm sure the FBI had a lot to do with that and with the resources that they have.
What's that task force you said?
It's a HIDTA task force.
What does that mean?
It's a high intensity drug trafficking task force in Southern Arizona. Part of it is the Sheriff's Department of Tucson, Police Department, local agencies, all working in conjunction on some of the drug problems down here. That's what the main focus is. But it expands. We worked on violent crimes. There was a violent crime. There was an overdose death squad that I was a deputy commander of. There's, they work UC, they work interdiction, parcel interdiction. So they just do a ton of stuff, and it's just a lot of resources under the same roof. And when you have that and you have all of the resources reaching out to their individual resources and bringing it under one roof, that's where you get success, especially on the investigative side.
Anything else I left out you think that you've thought about in the last day or so?
No, just hoping that tips that keep coming in produce something, get us closer to finding Nancy, finding out what actually went on, and really hopefully electronic evidence or someone's like, hey, I think this might be this dude, because between the two videos, someone knows, especially the second video. Even if that person's not involved, it's another lead, and maybe he knows who did this, because bad guys talk. They talk to each other. They talk about what they did. That's what's a little surprising about this one is, in most of these types of cases, a bad guy will tell another bad guy friend what they did, and they're like, yeah, they'll get mad at them and they'll call the police and say, hey, so-and-so did this, and then we get a lot of breaks that way.
With all the blood drops that we saw at the front of the house now with the tent up, would they go and test every blood drop, or do they just test some of it?
I can't speak for the individual investigator. I would hope they would take samples from each one. If it was just a pool, you would probably take a couple samples from various locations. If there were a series of individual drops and they were separated, I would hope that they did each individually, because like you said, it could be yours, it could be mine, it could be someone else, it could be the dog's. So let's rule out, I don't care how much extra work it is, that's what we get paid for. That's what the officers and the investigators get paid for, to take the time and to do it right.
I really appreciate Bob for talking with me and taking the time. It's been great meeting a lot of the locals here in law enforcement and people who have retired. One other thing I wanted to show you guys, which one of the producers I work with in News Nation just got here and had some interesting perspective, because I've kind of gotten used to being here for like almost 2 weeks. And she was like, I can't believe how confusing it is in the neighborhood trying to drive around. It's so confusing. There's so many twists and turns, and I can't find my way in and out getting to Nancy's house. And I thought about it and I'm like, it really is. So we took this video to kind of show you the drive up to Nancy's house. And I was thinking, even after being here almost 2 weeks, every single night when I finish and I go back to my hotel, I have to put the address in the GPS just to figure out how to get out of Nancy's neighborhood, because it is so dark. And there's no street lights, because they have this ordinance because of the people, stargazing here. And there's so many twists and turns, and I can never remember exactly which turn to go right at specifically. So I always put it in my GPS even after all this time. And I just wanted to give you guys a visual of kind of what it looks like out here. I've told you before, but the houses sit on anywhere from 1 to 4 acres. Everything's really spread out. It's dark. The roads are twist and turn. And it just makes me think back to whoever did this. I think you probably kind of had to know the area, especially in the middle of the night, navigating your way in and out of here. So those are the latest developments today. I really appreciate you guys again for following along. I'll let you know if anything else develops. And as always, my heart goes out to Nancy Guthrie's family, and I still hope that we'll have some kind of positive outcome here. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay. So Brian's done. Let's go back to let's go back. Hey. Kabuk. Shut up.
Abduction he certainly looks like he's up to no good at 2 a.m. with the backpacks in the alley. Like, that does not, whatever. I mean, we're just presuming. But so if the guy doesn't come forward, that's even more suspicious, right? Like the FBI.
Different than where this area is. So I'm not ruling.
Hold on. Okay, well, let me get out of there. Oh. Won't let me get rid of this stupid thing. It's driving me crazy.
Ruling this guy in or out. And I said earlier, it's a coincidence on steroids. If in fact, within the same hour time frame, we have two different things happening with guys with backpacks about 5 miles apart. We know the guy is the abductor. He's guilty. He did his crime. I'll suspend all, his rights to being innocent here because he did something there at that house. This guy, we don't know his involvement.
And look at this. Can we zero in on Pac-Man, man? You really can see the facial hair more clearly in that shot that we're running right now. Maybe we can run it again. Look at the beard.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see it very clearly. He's got like the devil beard, not the beard that's like all over your cheeks, but like just down at the chin. And you can't quite see what's happening above his lip or whether he's got the soul patch there, but it is a black beard. So
We'll
that's,
count ourselves lucky that he chose not to wear a mask then, or the mask, or a mask, even a COVID type mask to cover himself. So he's going to be identified. That was the first question you asked me. That's only a matter of hours.
And if he doesn't,
looks white. I mean, he looks Caucasian. It isn't like he's an immigrant across the border, 60 some miles away. So there may be guys that roam around at night. I used to, as a patrol officer, I'd shut my lights off, turn my engine off. You'd be surprised the stuff that.
Okay, if this is the guy that they're talking about, maybe the same guy. Now, that book bag he's wearing is way too small, right? But this isn't the one where I seen it. I believe it was Brian's.
Investigators working the case don't know who's actually in charge. And one other thing that's interesting is there's this other Ring camera video that has now surfaced that we've confirmed. We sent it to the sheriff's office and they responded that they're looking into all videos. And this video is interesting because you see a person with a backpack. And some people have found similarities in the video to the person at Nancy Guthrie's door, although there's no confirmation of that. And that's one of the reasons that we're blurring the face, just because the police aren't saying that. But you see the person with a backpack, they go up to a gate, and it
Look at how big that one is.
does look suspicious at the least. And again, we reached out to the sheriff's office asking if they are looking into this.
Now they're saying if it's one of those ones that have that little strap that connects on your chest, now that might be the dude, y'all. That may be the dude. Let me zoom out. Sorry.
and this is like in a suburb of Philadelphia, probably not that different than where this area is. So I'm not ruling this guy in or out. And I said earlier, it's a coincidence on steroids if in fact, within the same hour time frame, we have two different things happening with guys with backpacks about 5 miles apart. We know the guy is the abductor. He's guilty. He did his crime. I'll suspend all, his rights to being innocent here because he did something there at that house. This guy, we don't know who's involved.
And look at this. Can we zero in on Pac-Man, man? You really can see the facial hair more clearly in that shot that we're running right now. Maybe we can run again. Look at the beard.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see it very clearly. He's got like the devil beard, not the beard that's like all over your cheeks, but like just down at the chin. And you can't quite see what's happening above his lip or whether he's got the soul patch there, but it is a black beard. So that's,
we'll count ourselves lucky that he chose not to wear a mask then, or the mask, or a mask, even a COVID type mask to cover himself. So he's going to be identified. That was the first question you asked me. That's only a matter of hours.
And if he doesn't come forward, because even if he's not part of this abduction, he certainly looks like he's up to no good at 2 a.m. with the backpacks in the alley. Like that does not, whatever. I mean, we're just presuming. But so if the guy
almost kind of reminds me of like teenagers running away in the middle of the night. He had one backpack on and then he went outside and grabbed the other backpack from over the wall so nobody caught him leaving. It's kind of suspicious for a man to be doing that at 2 a.m. Just saying, in my opinion.
The guy doesn't come forward, that's even more suspicious, right? Like the FBI, when the FBI tracks him down, they're going to be even more suspicious of him because this guy knows by now that everybody's looking for him. And why wouldn't you come forward? If it's petty anti-crime and, they're looking at you for like a possible murder, kidnapping, I don't know. What do you do?
Yeah, the word is on the street. And again, with the deputy sheriff, we don't care if you're looking to urinate or defecate or smoke a joint or, even do a petty larceny, as you said. We want to know if you're involved in this thing. So the word is going to get out. If this is a local guy who roams the neighborhoods at night, I just don't know. Is there, again, a homeless encampment somewhere near there or a couple guys that hang out in a park somewhere? We don't know that. Or is it somehow tied into this thing? I mean, probably every neighborhood in the country, probably around 2 a.m., something was happening that looked something like this. The problem is 5 miles away, within an hour of a major, of an abduction of anyone, not to mention Nancy Guthrie.
They are saying
that has to be taken to its logical conclusion. This is their priority
with the jacket
right now.
that's similar, with the round head, with the beard that's the right color and in the right place, like the facial hair. Yeah. I want to ask you guys about another development today. I hesitate to even raise it because it seems such
welcome back,
such obvious BS. But, okay, let's talk about it. You remember yesterday we talked about the fact that TMZ had received a note, an email from some third party saying, I'm not the kidnapper, but I know who it is. And I want somebody to give me 1 Bitcoin, which is worth about $67,000. And I will tell you who the kidnapper is. So that didn't happen. Nobody gave him his Bitcoin. And then today, TMZ this morning reported the following. They've received a new email from a person who claims to know the identity of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper. They received the email just after 8 a.m. Pacific time Thursday. Okay, so 11 o'clock Eastern. And the person who sent the email claimed they are, quote, not being taken seriously, end quote. And they're not happy about that. They went on to say that, quote, he makes some ominous statements in the email. TMZ is cooperating with law enforcement by not disclosing specifics. One thing he makes clear, the situation has changed from Wednesday to Thursday. TMZ goes on to say, quote, as for why he wants a Bitcoin, he says he will need money to lay low after identifying the kidnapper for fear of retaliation. He also worries he might be incriminated. This is a quote, incriminated like that Carlos guy, meaning the delivery man who was detained and released the other day. The email reportedly ends with the sender saying this is their final attempt to, quote, help. By the way, they did also report that TMZ monitored the account that he had linked to. He did link to a Bitcoin account for his big deposit. And they said nothing was deposited. Nothing has been deposited thus far, at least as of the end of the day on Wednesday. So now he's mad. It didn't work. Is this an obvious joke, or what does the FBI do with this?
I just signed it to a new agent, but that's just me. You know, the serious leads are going to be handled by the serious veteran agents, and some new agents going to go.
Oh, you mean like brand new to the FBI?
Yeah, go over there to TMZ and shag this thing. I don't know. I'm saying that with a little bit of tongue in cheek, but come on. I mean, if the FBI, you know, ran out with everything they had, with everything like that, then they wouldn't be able to really find Pac-Man, which is a much more credible lead than this nonsense through TMZ for one Bitcoin.
And I assure you, there are psychics and mediums, et cetera, getting in touch with the family and even law enforcement. It's invariable when you work these kind of cases, saying, you know, they'll do it. Well, they would like some money to possibly help. They're also coming in free of charge, I'm sure, that the body is within 50 miles of a body of water.
Yeah.
Or 25 miles of railroad tracks. And I'm just saying, I'm not saying Mrs. Guthrie is a body at this point, but that's what kind of stuff they call in. I've never had luck with a psychic in that regard. So yeah, you just have to say, contact the FBI. They'll give you at least $50,000 and they'll keep you anonymous. This is a game being played locally, somewhere in the US or somewhere overseas, possibly even tied in to the other Bitcoin people and their scam that they tried to run earlier.
This is a federal offense. I mean, I think this is obstruction of justice, what they're doing here. They're distracting the FBI from solving an actual crime and purporting to have information that we believe do not have. They're lying. And if they told that lie to the face of an FBI agent, it would be another crime. Go ahead, Will.
I mean, I agree with the chaps. I mean, I've dealt with a number of ransom demands and coming through various different mediums. And there's always this kind of small amount that is requested. I know 65,000 doesn't sound like a small amount, but in relative terms, it's a very, very small amount. And if you have someone who is offering to basically say, well, I will give you all that credit.
Oh, Disco, you know who Donna is. Everybody in true crime knows who Donna is. Let me see if you can get her by who I me saying this. I cannot stand that woman. Out of all the mediums or psychics or whatever, she is like the one I just disdain. Yeah, there you go, honey. There you go.
Critical information. I'll tell you where the hostage is, but is not able to provide any more substance or any more gravity to that claim. It is just white noise. It's just interference. And again, I agree with James entirely and Fitz that that's something which is batted off to one side. And there are many ways to trace it from an email account. There are lots of very surreptitious ways that I may have allegedly utilized in the past to try and identify the IP address and the actual user themselves. But again, there's a lot of information like what sort of email account? Is it a disposable one? Is it a secure one? You know, again, there's so much intelligence you can get just from those communications.
Are you at all surprised, Will, that they haven't caught whoever's behind those other Bitcoin demands, who is either pretending to be the kidnapper or possibly is the kidnapper? Are you surprised? Here we are 11 days in and they still haven't made an arrest there?
Well, again, they may not have made an arrest. I mean, I certainly know that the authorities and most certainly the FBI will have the ability to reverse engineer blockchain. You know, blockchain used to be a very, very secure way of people being able to utilize, obviously, the exchange of Bitcoins. And it was used very much by the dark web, and it was used by various sort of illicit and criminal enterprises. But nowadays, you can actually reverse engineer and trace back who is the actual wallet owner. So there's a good chance. I mean, the chaps will probably be able to give you a better grasp on this. But in my estimation, they probably may have arrested them, or they're observing them to see whether they have any further intelligence value.
Oh, well, that would be very good news. I will say this, my team's reminding me that TMZ's been getting all of these communications via an anonymous tip form. And that's what the other two news organizations, that's how I think why they were chosen too, because, well, they're local and they had anonymous tip lines too. That's how this person's been going in. So like not through a traditional email exactly. I don't know. Maybe that makes it tougher. And if so, that person has some level of sophistication. The Bitcoin person, the one who's asking for the money in USD.
Yeah,
Can I
maybe.
make-
But I mean, I've not often, sorry, chaps, I'll just quickly in on this one. I know of enough organizations that have anonymous lines, whether it be for whistleblowing or otherwise, that aren't necessarily as anonymous as one might imagine.
Not like when the feds are involved. Okay, we'll do Fitz and then James. Go ahead.
If I can add here sort of a public statement to everyone who's listening, if you have information about this case, we've seen enough of abduction, man. You have nothing to worry about. I guarantee you're going to be safe. This is not some worldwide syndicate involved in this. This is not even, organized crime. This is someone that if you have information, call it, get away if you have to, move out of the house for a few days. This will not come back to harm you. This guy is an opportunist. Some pre-planning involved, perhaps. Not a whole lot, I think we're learning here. But this guy, besides what he did to Mrs. Guthrie, and hopefully she's still with us. I'm still keeping positive outlook there. But this guy is probably more of a menace to himself than anything else. Certainly any potential witnesses out there. So please contact the FBI. I put out some pointers yesterday with you, Megan, behavioral characteristics of what this guy's doing now. Please check those out. And that's what he's doing. And that's what he's not doing. And this is going to be who he is.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, James.
Oh, I maybe shouldn't smile as much as I am, but it reminds me a lot of, D.B. Cooper and Jimmy Hoffa. I mean, as an FBI agent, we probably didn't go a month without somebody coming forward and saying, I know who D.B. Cooper was, I know who he really was, or I know exactly where Jimmy Hoffa's buried. And if you give me X, I'll tell you. Well, it never happened, and I'm just smiling about it because these cases bring out those types of people. And those types of allegations,
I have to end it on this because there's a lot of speculation online. We've got a lot of emails about this, about the pacemaker, because, they keep going back to Annie and Tomas's house. And that could be because Annie and Tomas are suspects, or it could be because Nancy was there earlier the evening that she disappeared and they think there's more clues somehow to glean. Many people have wondered, is it possible that they think she died there, that Nancy was killed earlier than we think, and that she died there? Now, I think that fell apart when we saw Abductor Man ringing the doorbell or messing with the doorbell. Like the story that an abductor showed up is not fake. And I just don't believe there's any way she was killed earlier in the evening because, and I mean, you guys tell me what you know, the pacemaker would have shown an event. And a lot of people have been writing it just because the person's killed. Well, I know that, which is why there's some remote chance that if you took her phone and turned on the pacemaker app and started walking around Tucson, you might actually connect with the pacemaker, even if Nancy is no longer with us. I mean, the odds are slim. You have to be, I've heard any place from 10 feet to 30 feet in order for them to sync. But I'm not saying that the pacemaker, it's not about whether the pacemaker goes dormant when the person has died. But I have yet to find a cardiologist or anesthesiologist to tell me anything other than if the heart has any sort of a major event, including that it stopped beating, that it wouldn't communicate that to the phone. So obviously there'd be no communication after 2:28 on the night she went missing because they had stopped syncing. But prior to that point, we're told by law enforcement they were syncing. There was no problem with the pacemaker syncing with the phone. And so even with a delay in download information, if the last information went at 2:27, it might take an hour or two for it to actually download that onto the phone because I guess there's some sort of a lag in the delay. You would know if the heart had stopped beating, if this patient's heart completely stopped. I just can't get past that. And clearly law enforcement agrees with me, or this whole thing is a wild goose chase. If that sheriff, and I'm sure he spoke to the pacemaker doctor, to the cardiologist, and knows exactly how it works in this case, there is no way the FBI would be putting us through all of this if they really had reason to believe she died, that Nancy's no longer with us. Why would he be saying, I have to believe she's alive, that she's still out there, and talking with the family about doing the hostage videos and all that? Like, you guys just tell me once and for all, do you have any reason to believe that law enforcement thinks she died prior to 2:28 a.m.?
I see no indications of law enforcement believing that.
I agree with Fitz.
Yeah, likewise.
I mean, so what that answers for me is, A, Nancy Guthrie had the scare of her life when that man showed up in her bedroom in the wee hours of that morning. And B, the reason they are going back to Annie's and Tommaso's house all the time, I think, is they're wondering if they had anything to do with it. I don't understand why you'd be interviewing the neighbors over and over and over. And Phil Holloway, who's out there for us, get this in his head. He's been talking to the neighbors, and the neighbors told him that they keep getting asked about Annie and Tommaso, and what are they like? You know, this is what the FBI and the sheriff's deputies are asking the neighbors. And he also mentioned, for what it's worth, that they're very interested in, like, a phone. Have they seen evidence of any phone anywhere? You know, maybe they're looking for evidence of, you know, that the guy may have dropped, etc. Anyway, I don't mean to condemn them, but I just think, like, that's them doing their shoe leather FBI work. Is it not? Like, we've talked about family, friends, associates, neighbors, whatever. And there's no reason to be asking the neighbors what these two are like, going back there time and time again if you're not potentially interested in them.
Yeah.
Megan,
I mean, there's one question that's sort of been raised in the back of my mind, Megan, which again, I'd be interested in the other chaps and what they have to say, is whether there's the network has been contacted, the cellular network, to actually do the mapping from the cell towers near to, obviously, Nancy's house, and also to the sister's house, to determine, obviously, the IMEIs of whichever cell phones were in the area at that particular time. In terms of geolocation, you can get it down to, there are some you can isolate it, and the intelligence agencies over here in the UK, for example, have used that very efficiently to detect terrorists, for example, who have been using burner cells, but they've got their own cells with them when they've been detected, obviously, going off and making those calls rather than leaving their own cell phones behind. So I'd be interested to see what cell phone data has been gathered by, obviously, the Bureau, and what information is isolating it. Maybe certain recognized cell phones have been identified, or the IMEIs.
Go ahead,
Megan, if we've discussed this before, I forget. How many children does Annie and Tommaso have, and how old are they?
I don't remember. I don't know the answer to that.
They would be a valuable source of information. And depending on their age, there are experts within the FBI, and they certainly contract with people that have expertise in interviewing children. Now, it'd be very interesting if they would permit their children to be independently interviewed by professionals.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not casting aspersions here. I don't know.
No.
But just to get every single bit of this story lined up, what did you hear mommy say, daddy say, grandmom? How was it that night? So they would be, we haven't heard anything about that. At least I haven't. But
No,
I
I
would
haven't
certainly want to know. I would certainly want to know if they've been interviewed. And the investigators would have been remiss if they haven't taken them apart. It was interesting in the Ramsey case, John Benet Ramsey, they wouldn't let him Burke be interviewed for months and months at a time. Finally, they did, accede to it. So I'm assuming this will be different, but I would like to know what those kids have to say. And as I said earlier on, as a young police officer working homicide cases, well before the internet, you learn so much about people with extended family, friends, neighbors, workmates, schoolmates. There's just so much there. Doesn't mean anyone's guilty of a crime, but did someone have an affair and not admit to it? Do they have someone on the side, a boy or a girlfriend, and they lie about that at first? Well, why did you lie? I don't want my wife finding out. Don't want my husband finding out. I'm not saying that's what happened here with Annie and Tommaso, but there's going to be some things uncomfortable for them to admit. They're going to have to. Agents have to look that down. Doesn't mean they were involved in the death of their mother or mother-in-law, but there's a lot that we're not hearing about this, and the kids may know something.
Parade magazine reports that they have one son together, but we don't know how old he is. I think they only got married 2006. I think they got married in 2006. So I suppose if you assume they didn't have children until they got married, he's no more than 20 years old. He could be younger than that. I don't know. It's been precious little information about who else is living in that house, or even really about them. There's really not much information at all about them. She's a poet. He's a part-time middle school teacher and a band member. There's like, they don't have a lot of money. I mean, that's got to be clear. There's this, everybody knows a poet and a part-time middle school teacher are not rich. They live in a nice house, but I think it could be one of those situations where it's just appreciated because it's worth in the mid $600,000 range.
Who did that? How in the world would that work? Her phone was left at home. Her watch was left at home. You can't attach 360 to her pacemaker. That's a GPS for locations on your phone, honey. Well, the car has a internal GPS. That's why whenever there's an accident or something, they look for the black box, just like they do on an airplane, because it records things for the car. So it would record, I don't know if it necessarily records from point A to point B like that, but well, they tracked them all the way till at least 9:48 when Nancy's garage door opened. Well, I mean, right? Because the garage door was opened at 9:48. It was closed at 9:50. He brought her home about 9. They said that him and Nancy left about 9:30 to take her home. She got home at 9:48, so that would be about right. About a 12-minute drive. 10, 12-minute drive. Yeah, I'm sure it does that. I'm sure it does do that. Hey, Andrew. I didn't even see him coming. I saw him, but I didn't see him. I don't think he's still here. I think he left. You know, all of them are not interested in cases.
I already got the golden chair. Do I need anything for this?
Are you listening?
What? Oh. I shouldn't be listening to nothing. What?
Because I hear something in your background.
Is it mine?
Yeah, it's yours. I don't have nothing going on in mine.
I just turned off my background.
Now it's off, yeah, but when you first came up, it wasn't.
Oh no, it was special ed from the boys.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Hi, Disco. Sorry, I'm derailing your whole life. Is that a problem?
What else is new?
Well, I'm irritated.
Wait, hold on. So to me, it was like had to be in between. Because if it was 5 miles from Nancy's, and Annie lives about 10 minutes from Nancy, so it might have been like in the middle. I don't have your email. Okay, hold on. Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, we got to give her your email because I'm not signing in the joint chat.
Go ahead. Just go ahead.
I'm not doing it.
I said talk, dumbass. I'm giving it to her.
Let's go. Let's go. Listen, Linda. We're gonna we're gonna have a problem today because that thing over there is trying to rage bait me to come out, and I won't have it.
I told you that. I said that.
It's saying some pretty disgusting things about my son, and and things, and I'm not happy about it.
Dude, they do this every time you go silent for a little bit.
But what's the point, though? What is the point?
And they pull you out because they know what to say to get to you.
But I'm saying, why though? What is the fucking point, dude? Like, you know what the messed up thing is? Before I even called you, after I said y'all can handle it in group chat, right? And then you posted PG. Then you said PG does this just to pull out Andrew every time he goes quiet. Sure as shit, I said the same fucking thing to the wife before you even typed that in group chat.
Well, I mean, it's common sense. They do it every fucking time.
It's ridiculous, if you ask me. But I mean, what's so great about having Andrew out and about? Like, bro, you want my shit? Okay, cool. Paid $150 to get it out of the fucking paywall. Not that fucking hard.
Help that there's people over there that said they weren't gonna fuck with us no more, talk shit, nothing. They weren't even gonna think about us. Are over there running their mouth.
But exactly.
It doesn't help one bit.
No, it makes no fucking sense whatsoever. About to ask you who was rage baiting you, but I guess it was PG. Yeah. Oh, when isn't it though, Disco? Like every time I say, okay, I'm done, and I'm just gonna go do my thing, the fucking stupid bitch wants to come out and try to fucking rage bait me to go out and say some shit. Fuck you, it ain't happening. How about that? 2 Crow says, hi, wifey. Wifey waved right now. She's watching her story. So, but I mean, at this point, it's just fucking stupid with the whole situation.
I didn't know you could do that, like get a ransom through a Bitcoin. I didn't even know Bitcoin cost that much.
What?
What kind of Bitcoin cost anywhere from 50,000 to 70?
Yeah. To get an actual coin, yes.
And that's what they're asking for the ransom in, is Bitcoin. And because they think it can't be tracked. It can be tracked. Anything can be tracked.
That's fucking stupid.
Hello, everything now in this day and time can be tracked.
Oh, yeah.
Shadow, we gonna fight, dude. You got to go that way. Thank you.
No, and yes, Disco. I'm trying to be the bigger person about it, but it just irritates my soul, bro. Like she's taking all these old conversations completely out of fucking context, and it ain't like anybody can go back and reference where she got the audio from because she fucking privated the original videos. So people are taking her on her word on this shit. Like, bro, are you fucking stupid? I thought it was Bitcoin. I thought Bitcoin was just no, you can legit buy a coin. It's worthless, but you can buy a coin. An actual fucking coin.
But one coin is worth like I said, anywhere between $50,000 and $70,000.
Yeah. Just for it to be worth absolutely fucking nothing after you buy it.
Ask for one Bitcoin. But the first one said 60 million, so
60 million Bitcoins?
No, $60 million, but they wanted it in Bitcoin.
Who the fuck has 60 million these days?
A lot of people.
But do these people have that kind of money?
Probably not just like laying around, but yeah, I would imagine they do. The lady's house.
Oh, okay.
The lady's house. The lady that just got kidnapped. Her house is worth, just her house alone is worth 1 million, at least 1 million. That's not including her daughter's house is worth, her son's house, like the whole family incorporated. So it just makes you wonder who the fuck is the target? Was it really just Nancy herself? Was it the son who was in the military for 20 years and used to fly them F-16 planes?
Yeah, but they don't understand if they keep. But that's the thing. Well, now that's the thing. The mom. But listen, the mom should have been protected. We should have been considered a military asset.
Look, the mom had cameras, but none of the cameras had subscriptions. So that means
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you go into the military, the family members if you go into the military, your family members get written down as military assets, get written down as military dependents.
Yes.
And they're fucking governmentally, if they're on your dependent list, they're protected by the fucking government.
Listen to me for a second. He retired in 2018, so he's not active.
That don't mean shit.
He's not active.
Yeah, but that don't mean anything. They're still supposed to be protected.
No. Where is it? I can't go.
Unless they changed it.
Let me see what it says. I have it in my description.
Well, I don't even know what the fuck the case is about. So I'm just running my mouth.
Always.
I'm irritated. What do you expect?
He was an F-16.
And I thought Flatnuts was going. Go ahead.
6 years in the Vermont Air National Guard's Green Mountain Boys.
Yeah, yes, Disco. There was new laws put in place stating that any governmental asset, a.k.a. military member, whatever, their dependents and whatnot are governmentally protected. And if you fuck with them, a whole world of hell comes down on your head.
I don't know about that because both my dads were in the military.
But yet again, how long ago was this? Or maybe I'm just reading into way too many of the stories I listen to.
You might. You're not supposed to believe everything you fucking read and hear, dummy.
Yeah, shut up.
All with a grain of salt.
Oh. But no, it just irritates me that this bitch does this every time I say I'm done.
Because she likes... You're kind of like her Don Wells.
What? The fuck did you just say?
You know how like she's in love with Don. You're the
No, she ain't. She wants to suck my clean shaven nutsack. That's what she wants.
She misses you.
I don't know why. I don't go after her.
You didn't
Is
hear
she that hard up for another war?
Who are you talking about, Disco? You didn't hear who?
Oh, because you keep walking away and it fades you out.
Oh, I said he's like her Don Wells, but the other side. Like she's in love with Don and can't have him, and she hates Andrew when he disappears. I mean,
it's like I don't even
misses him when he disappears.
But listen, my thing is, I don't even know why I'm not doing nothing. I haven't gone after her in a hot minute, bruh.
I know you were a very good boy. I told you not to. Leave her alone.
I need you. Listen, I'm going to wind up when I get good net again. I'm going to download my files. You listen? And I'm going to see if my brother can put them on a PDF file so I can send them to certain people.
Oh, okay. You were.
And then, yeah, I'm talking to you. And then I'm gonna have you guys hold on to them because listen. I think what PG's problem is she don't have anything new, any of the latest shit Hunter has said, because I have it all locked under a fucking paywall.
Y'all want that information? You better start paying $150 a month to get it.
Yup.
Gotta become a member.
Oh, but we got clips and this and that. You can have your clips, bitch, but at the end of the fucking day, you still gotta pay.
And clips you can manipulate.
Yup.
That's a pretty brows. Yes, he is. What are you doing, bro?
You want it that fucking bad? Paid 150 fucking bucks.
Go get your ball. That's over there.
Andrew and PG sit. Nah, fuck that hoe. I'll knock her fucking head off.
Damn it, dog. It's under you.
Babe, I wrote you a joke. Oh, that cracked. I don't know what that was, but that fucking cracked real good. Like, I'm over here doing my fucking thing, and I'm chilling, and I don't understand why all of a sudden, I go silent, and PG's got to run her fucking mouth.
Oh.
Then I hear Maury say, Andrew, you are the... No. Disco hush.
There, it just quiets down, and then when you're not around, it amps back up.
Yeah, but I don't understand why. Like, does she not, just because I'm not doing lives doesn't mean I'm not paying attention. Like, I'm gonna start fucking, listen, I'm gonna start pulling a fucking lips. I'm gonna go to everybody else's lives and not do my own.
Shut up.
Can't do that. We need the money. Well, we ain't making shit this month. We barely made fucking threshold last month.
Oh,
I mean, for this month.
No, you got to remember it's Benny and the baby carriage, not Andrew.
Yeah.
Benny with the baby carriage.
Like, we're not making threshold this month at all. I'm lucky. I think I got like $21 fucking made this month because ain't none of my lives hitting where they need to hit.
Well, you know, all his kids were with people that he wasn't married to. Kind of fits the scenario.
That's not true. That is not true.
Oh, you married her after.
Yeah, true that.
Kid was 12 years old by the time you got married.
Yeah. But I don't know, Deb. I don't
either. Why I said I was done. And I was going back to my true crime.
Listen, I'm done with the whole situation, but at the end of the day, I know if I hit that fucking live button, I'm gonna have more problems than what I did to begin with.
Yeah. Not worth it.
No.
I told Dan I was going live today, and he threw a fit because he thought I was gonna go on a rampage, and I was like, "No, I'm going back to true crime." I told you I was. He's like,
"Why would you go on a rampage?" Why would you go on a rampage?
I'm not talking about it.
Okay. I can't imagine being married to my son's dad because he drives me nuts enough without being married. Oh my Lord. Yeah, well, obviously you loved the way he drove you nuts, or you want to have a fucking kid.
No. It's kind of like a you and Allie situation. No. It wasn't like supposed to happen. It was a one-time
thing. It was one of them things?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad, Disco. So listen, Dippy, this is what we're gonna do. Listen, we're gonna do a live tomorrow. You hear me?
Yeah, it depends on what time.
We're gonna do a lot. I don't know. Probably won't be until after dinner time.
Okay, good. I'll be with the girls then, so I can do it.
All right, but we're gonna do a live tomorrow, and we're gonna run that bitch, and we're gonna get everybody we know and don't. We're gonna get all of our subs to donate to both the streams to get us both to $100 by the end of the month.
I'm not even fucking worried about that, dude. I've been at $40 since last April. So I'm going on a year with $40.
Hey,
I'm good.
Dippy.
I'm good.
Dippy.
If it was meant to be, I'm not rushing it. I don't care.
Dippy.
What?
Did you monetize this live?
Everything is monetized. I mean, not enough to make it to $100 in a month.
Dippy, did
What?
you go and did you do? Okay, when you click the monetization, did you go into the thing, go to monetization, and put it to where frequency of ad revenue is high?
All my shit is monetized. Because
Yes,
a lot of
but you're not listening.
Your live can't be monetized.
You're not listening. In other words, did you make sure that you get high revenue per video? When I realized it, I moved out of my room and into one of the spare bedrooms. Oh my God. I'm trying to find proof, but allegedly the guy in the second video has been cleared. Allegedly. He lived in my house for about 2.5 years before I had to take restraining orders out on him. God damn. Disco, we're gonna go move in with you.
Shit. Can't do that right now.
Why?
Because it's not her place.
Oh, I thought Disco still had her house. I was gonna say, Disco, we're moving in with you.
No, she had to move out because they were making that into her house was coming down and being put into apartments. Like yours was supposed to be condemned and and rebuilt. Hers was being rebuilt into apartments. Trying to find proof, but allegedly the guy in the second video has
I'm sorry, Disco.
No, I
My
haven't
bad.
Oh yeah, but I'm not gonna say no, but I will go check real quick.
Hey, Disco asked us not to air her business on YT.
Oh, my bad. I was just talking about the house.
My bad, Disco. My apologies, darling. Don't yell at me. Blame it on my Viking roots.
All right, here's something from 23 minutes ago.
Anyone seen or spoke to Roe?
We'll talk about that after we get off here.
It was actually asked by 2 old crows.
All right, Nancy Guthrie disappearance.
Oh, fuck. Looks like Nick finally got a fucking night off.
Look, this says the Pima County Sheriff's Office never requested the help of the FBI.
Brett. So
the FBI reached out to them.
All right. So Debbie, how's life? You back to work? Huh?
They're looking for a gray truck in connection to the disappearance. They're asking anyone within a 2-mile radius to pull video And if they've seen a truck, a gray truck, do they own a gray truck, or do they know somebody who owns a gray truck?
Interesting. It's the hot thing on X right now. Listen, I don't use that dumb shit.
So far, this is just about the stupid truck.
Yeah. But no. JP, I did the dishes today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I did all the dishes today. Because I'm a good hobbitses.
Hush up, Daisy. All right.
And you know what else? You know what?
Wait a minute, hush.
Dip. You know what?
What?
From the deepest, darkest pits of my black heart, PG can deep throat a cactus.
All right, hold on. We're gonna watch this real quick.
Okay, play it.
Tell me if it enlarged. If it enlarged.
It's good. Play. Now we wait for the load.
I might have to close some things. Hold on.
I don't know. It just says it's loading.
Put your ass up here. Right, okay, that's Megan's. I want to keep hers up. Brian's can go. I can always come back to surviving the survivor.
Loading. There it goes, I think.
I don't know what I just did.
Being stupid, that's what it's doing.
Sources to 7 gloves have been found about 1.5 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. Investigators have not yet confirmed they are tied to the Guthrie case, but the gloves are reportedly being tested for a DNA sample, which could crack open the case.
He was trying so hard to leave no trace behind. He was in there 40 plus minutes. All I need, Sean, is one hair, one, be it nuclear or non-nuclear, meaning no root or root. All I need is one. Why? Because that DNA that they have found there is coming back.
And it froze.
Even if he doesn't have a record, still genetic genealogy. Busted.
Police are also focusing on the backpack, which was worn by the person seen walking out Nancy Guthrie's home. And law enforcement believe this could be a clue to track this person down.
We found that the backpack looks like a Walmart Ozark Trail hiker backpack. And what you see is there are reflective pieces on the backpack that match this Walmart backpack. One of the television stations in Tucson, KOLD, said today that late today, indeed, the law enforcement believes it is that Walmart backpack that the person was wearing.
An extensive search was conducted along the road.
That's fucking
In the
insane.
Catalina foothills and leading out of the Tucson area. Investigators were also seen returning.
This is driving me nuts.
I see that.
To the home of Annie Guthrie, Nancy's other daughter. The investigation enters day 12. Police say they've received over 18,000 tips since the 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie's disappearance.
Charles Murno is a former Secret Service Supervisory Special Agent and Sentinel Security Solutions CEO, and joins us now. Charles, thank you so much for joining us. Let's start off with this black glove that could be absolutely unrelated to this case, or it could be critical. But Of course, investigators are taking it seriously because the person seen in that security footage was wearing one. So how is this glove being treated right now? And if DNA is found on it, what happens next?
Move your head.
Yeah, well, this
Okay, I
is
moved them.
potentially be a huge sign down to good old police work, canvassing the immediate area and potential routes of escape that this suspect could have taken. So, of course, we're hoping for things like DNA evidence. There will also be a canvass of local stores that sell those types of gloves. Remember, police are now also armed with that video evidence. AI plays a significant role in the state of security technologies in this day and age. So you heard like a Walmart brought up regarding a possible location where that backpack could have been purchased. They will take that photo and those videos and they will literally drop them into the surveillance detection systems of those large stores. And if there's a match, anything that is common, like a gate or a pair of sneakers or pants, that will all populate and that will lead investigators down some different roads, hopefully closer to a suspect. If the DNA comes back, then it will significantly narrow the field. If it's somebody that hasn't been arrested previously, then yeah.
You bitch.
Things like
You a bitch.
genealogy services will be queried to see the familial relationship possibly to this suspect.
We'll get back to the backpack in just a moment, but going to the gloves again. In light of how painstakingly this guy sealed up his body so as not to leave any DNA trail, do you believe he subsequently was so haphazard that he tossed a glove on the ground? Now, I understand the eagerness to try and link these gloves to the case, but logic, to me at least, Charles, dictates that if he was that careful in the video that we saw, he wasn't that uncareful tossing a glove in and among all those cacti.
You know, a lot of people forget he also had an 84-year-old woman in tow who's not in the best of health. And so he was multitasking. And as a result, people make mistakes. And hopefully this was one of the big mistakes that the suspect made. And hopefully he will learn a full layer of gloves. And we're going to get some DNA evidence here, either directly from the hands or from another part of the body that may have been touched. So, you know, it could have been sweat. It could be a piece of skin. It could be a hair fiber. It could be anything. So I think at this state of the investigations, there's going to be ups and downs for sure. Hopefully this is going to be enough and get them closer to a resolution.
Well, we also mentioned that investigators have received 18,000 tips since Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, and a lot of those came in since they released this surveillance video that we're watching right now on Tuesday. And of course, that's the goal, but also it presents a problem just because of the sheer volume. So how do investigators know where to start? And the last thing you want to do is to have the real tip be ignored or be the 18,000 that you look into. So how do they delineate what they should be looking at versus things that are obviously false? Bring us some information on that.
Yeah, the tips being robust, no surprise, really global coverage. So these tips could be coming in from anywhere. They are inventoried as they come in, and then they are assessed by a team of investigators who are going to go through these diligently based on the point that you just made. You don't want to push something to the side that could turn out being a valid tip. So they're going to look at things like location, where these tips are coming from, the basis for reality. Would this person actually have information available?
Andrew. Yeah. Hey, keep the chat on. I'm going to walk these two idiots real quick. Okay, what are we talking about, chit chat? What do y'all do? Well, Disco said be right back. But that's craziness, though. Crazy. Wife's dying in the background.
Yeah,
Don't
they,
mind her.
she went to the restroom. She won't be more than a couple minutes.
All right. But no, that whole situation is insane. Okay, so they found a glove near the home of the lady, but there's no guarantees how long that glove's been there, for one. And for two, if dude's that suited up, he ain't making no mistakes. If anything, what we don't see is that glove is duct taped to his hand. Cause obviously, dude broke in to be on a mission. So that's what I think. If he's on that much of a, if he calculated like that properly, then like I said, shit could be duct taped to him without us knowing. Like, we don't know. Yes, it's insane in the membrane. Yes, I'm gonna open. Yo, Jesus. Dippy will be right back. She gotta walk the doggo. But that's alright. Ow, my finger. Oh, excuse me. But I'm just saying, at this point, late in the game, at this point, the only thing people can do is speculate. And if they didn't get any prints off the ransom notes or whatever, then obviously dude semi knows what he's doing.
Real quick before I leave the house, the ransom notes were sent by email.
And they can't backtrace the email, really? Come on. That makes no sense. They should be able to reverse search that shit. We got to listen. You're telling me we got the technology to use lasers to take down drones and to use drones to attack each other in war, but we don't have the technology to backtrace a fucking email? Get out of here. Excuse me. One of the fake ransom notes, they arrested the dude. Okay. So one of the notes was bullshit. See, I don't know much about this case. Like I said, I've been staying out of shit. So you guys are gonna, I'm just going on from what I heard from that news clip and what y'all are telling me. So, what do you need? Want soda? Oh, that's all you take, babe. I need soda. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! You drank all my sodas. I'm gonna crack it. Really? I didn't know that. I'm on Dippy's Live. I'm on the Dipsticks Live. But you took the doggos out, so I get to take over for a little bit. See, I didn't know that. Porton mail, you will not. Oh, okay. I mean, not for nothing. If dude was smart, okay, understandable. He's been smart up to this point. If dude was smart, he would have had her write her own ransom. I'm just saying. less chances of being traced, less chances of it, less chances of his fingerprints on anything. Dude would have had her fucking do it. He was in the house for fucking 40 minutes, for Christ's sakes. Just putting that out there. And that much time you could have, and then you forced the lady out of her home. So you had more than enough time to force a ransom to be done. You can delete your metadata before you send it. Yes, but they did, but if they get a hold, but they can still trace it. Silence of the Lambs. Oh, Jesus. But I'm just saying, I'm not trying to, oh, listen, I'm just trying to look at it. Look at it. If he was smart, he wouldn't have had kidnapped anybody. Yes, very true. But the smarter choice would have been, even though not to do it to begin with, is he would have forced the lady to write it herself. On her own stationery, with her own pen, and in her own handwriting. That way, there was no chances of any of it. And again, they found the glove. Okay, that don't mean dick. How long do you think that glove was sitting out there? Fuck. And now they're trying to trace a generic Walmart book bag to try to help find this person. You know how many generic Walmart book bags get fucking bought every day? Google this case and the letter they wrote to the kidnapper. Please. I will, but I can't right now. They found one in the house too. But okay. So if they found one in the house, they found one in the house. But does that mean, but that doesn't, but I'm looking at it from a whole different aspect here, people. Bear with me. But that doesn't mean dude didn't double up on gloves. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean dude didn't put one pair on, duct tape it to his wrist, and then slide another pair on. I'm sorry, I watch way too many crime and true crime bullshit.
I was thinking
my
that
God,
too. I was like, I think he may have multiple pairs of gloves on. I don't think it's just one pair. And if that's the case, then the pair that they found, even if it belonged to that person, there's not going to be no DNA on it, other than maybe Nancy.
Right, but me, if I was to go and commit such a crime as so, I would electrical tape the fucking shit to my hands, the gloves to my hands. Then I'd put a secondary pair on, right? Then I'd go and I'd force the person I am kidnapping to write their own ransom note. So that way none of my DNA or anything has a chance to slip off of any part of me and wind up there as evidence. You know what I mean? I heard criminals burning up. No, actually, there's been a few cases where mafia people did that.
Case.
But no, I'm just saying, I mean, in general, they're talking about
I believe that he had multiple pairs.
DNA being the only DNA they have.
They'll find on them.
Oh,
I don't know. I mean, he would have at some point had to have his hands without gloves on for that to be a problem.
At one, I'm just saying at some point in time, if dude is that fucking careful like it shows, and that door cam, then he ain't gonna fucking slip up with something as useless as something as stupid as a glove. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't think that would be I just think that's something. You know what? And you know what gets me is they searched that area multiple times before they found that glove. They were in the area for at least 10 days before they found them gloves. So, A, either they somehow missed them when they were searching, or B, they were planted there.
Yeah. But here's my thing, though. Okay. My thing. Sorry, I got this ADHD brain. My apologies. My thing is that it's just, it doesn't make any bloody fucking sense. Right. Right, but I'm saying there's no guarantee. If they even if they do DNA on the inside of that pair of gloves, it's not. Excuse me. Excuse me. It's not gonna fucking prove that they're his. There's a 50-50 shot that those gloves are not his or the kidnappers. Let me rephrase that. I did no such thing. Why are we sighing?
So I get what you're saying. So if anything, they might be able to find some saliva on the outside of the glove, but considering still 9 to 10 days, I just don't see that being. Well, I don't
A
know.
plausible thing.
They could get DNA off of something from 20 years earlier. So
Right. But here's my thing. Who first reported her MIA?
The church. The church people didn't see her that Sunday morning at church. They got worried and called the daughter, Annie.
Okay.
And I guess Annie called and no answer, so I'm thinking she went over there and she wasn't there and noticed her Apple Watch was there and stuff and called the law.
So, with all this expensive stuff lying around, he takes her instead?
It wasn't a robbery. It definitely wasn't for robbery.
Okay. But yet again, if you look at it though, if you look at it though, it was a smart thing not to take any of the Apple products because there's a simple thing called Find My iPhone or Find My whatever.
Find My device.
Yeah.
But
and it can all be traced.
But it has to be hooked up. You have to know about it in order to turn it on. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't realize that shit's on.
Well, I'm sure the daughter knew about it and just fucking did it. But I mean, did the lady have like a life alert system or anything?
No, but she did it. The Apple Watch was connected to her pacemaker, and they have it disconnected at 1:32 or 1:42, something like that, in the morning.
So she was out of range of the Apple Watch.
Or they turned the Apple Watch completely off.
Well, even if you turn it completely off, it isn't going to disconnect from the fucking pacemaker with it off. You have to you have to either physically turn it. Listen, you either physically have to turn it off, or you have to be out of range of the Apple Watch. Yeah, from my understanding, she did online church services and didn't log into church, so they contacted. Okay. But yeah, like I said, the only way that the pacemaker is gonna disconnect from her Apple Watch is if it was physically disconnected or out of range. And you said what time it was what time they say it was disconnected?
Like between 1:32 and 1:42 in the morning.
So and obviously the Apple Watch was on for them to see it was disconnected.
It was on up until that point. Yeah.
So that would mean she was out of range of the Apple Watch. But that could mean that she was just down the fucking driveway without it being on.
Well, I know the fake ransom letter that they got belonged to the bandmate of the sister that lives in Arizona, the older sister, Annie.
Okay.
Her husband has ties to the one that they arrested from that band. So it's
okay. Was there any ill? Now listen, was there any ill will towards the mother, the lady that was kidnapped? Any like
not that we're
from
aware
like,
of. That we're aware of. The only one that I could see that would have any, like maybe haters or stalkers or whatever would be Savannah, because she's in the limelight every day. She is a co-host of the Today Show. She has interviewed people from presidents to kings and queens. She's investigated a lot of shit, interviewed a lot of people. So could it possibly?
I mean, what was her work status at the time she was kidnapped?
She was still on the Today Show. She's just on leave right now because of this.
She's on leave right now because of this. Nice way to make it look good.
Well, I mean, she took leave. It's not like they gave her leave. She just took it because, she's not going to be able to concentrate at work with her mom missing. And she's put
but
up.
How many people? Yes, but I'm saying, how many people knew her private? How many people knew the daughter's private life?
I don't know. She's got a lot of friends, people.
Because if you look at it, just because you're a high profile, huh?
They did arrest the guy from the band for the fake ransom because it was fraudulent, and they said it was. They arrested him for fraudulent. I don't know. It's not something to do with the email. Then
fraudulent ransom email or some shit.
Interference with an ongoing case, and there was something else, but he did get arrested.
Got all three of them. Well, good. He got arrested. Oh dear! Look, boss, the train. He's going slow tonight.
A lot of time, breakup. There's some kind of animosity between former members. Possibility, and that could be the reason why maybe the dude got SOL out of the money he was owed from the band, and figured maybe one he can make up the money. Or out of minutes of pain, one of the two. Yeah, and they say she could only walk maybe, what was it? I don't know, 50 something, 50 meters, 50 miles. I don't know. She wasn't able to walk that far without assistance.
So, what makes us think that he just didn't use a common road to have a car sitting nearby?
Well, she had one of those horseshoe driveways, but part of the driveway, like when you go around, if you're going to come in from the opposite side, you have the choice to either go around or go straight back towards the garage.
Okay. Now, was it all paved or was it dirt?
What? So Arizona's a lot of red clay. sand and red clay. I think she had, I don't know if it was concrete or if it was gravel drive. I'm not sure. No, it was concrete. It was concrete.
Yeah, that means he could have. That means he could have parked up. He could have parked down the road, down the drive a bit.
Not to mention, Disco brought up a good point. That street at night, there's no street lights. It is absolutely pitch fucking black. You can't see nothing.
Yeah. Flex my games.
The sheriff's department put a picture out of him and said that they had picked him up for the interference with the ongoing case, high profile case, the fraudulent email, and something else.
Give me.
No, not the Carlos guy. He was just detained and talked to. It was another
on top of the bed. There's a white towel. Sorry, there was a hoodie or something upon it.
started with a D.
But all right, there, youngin. I'm gonna let you go. I got brats. I got to babysit in the morning.
All right.
All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you for the good conversation, Dippy.
All right.
Later.
Love your face.
Love your face. Later. Love you.
Love you.
Stop, Katie.
Yeah, that is true. And JLR, he showed us his. There's several different ways to get out of her neighborhood. Like there's the way their roads are, it is so weird. It looks like you're like on an island. It's not his kids. He's talking about a neighbor's kids. They're babies. They're sweet little things. Hold on, give me a second. Get his food. Damn it, girl. You've always got to push your shit all the way back to the bed.
You already ate it.
Oh, why'd you give it to him?
Bro, why'd you move it?
I didn't. It was going out the other side of the bed.
I'm trying to get the shit in the bottom corner of the bag.
Damn it. It wasn't going out where the bowl was. It was going out on the side of the bowl. I mean, yeah. Damn, I wanted to give him that fucking spaghetti burger. Oh, man.
You put him up and it's on your name.
Get out of my face.
You don't worry about it, all you do is sit there and talk.
Shut the fuck up.
You all sitting around waiting on somebody.
You give any to fucking Daisy? Oh, of course. Okay, I'm back. Oh, yes, that's the one I was talking about, Derek. All right, everybody, this reminds me of following the one that the guy that escaped from the Pennsylvania prison, the one they called Spider Boy or whatever, Daniello Cavalante. Danilo. All right, let's finish watching this.
Available to them to assist in the investigation, and also associations. Is it possible in some of these tips where they say they may know the suspect? Is it possible for there to be a relationship there? So there's a whole list of criteria that they're going to try and get through as quickly as possible to either verify a tip or move it to the side.
Authorities are going to pinpoint the suspect from the universe of people who bought that particular backpack at Walmart. Charles, do they need a warrant to get all that data from Walmart as to the potential buyers of that? Like, walk us through how that actually happens in practice.
Well, we've already seen law enforcement with a third party regarding the Nest camera and Google. I can guarantee you that there was some paperwork that exchanged hands in that instance, via subpoena or a search warrant. Same thing here. When you start to deal with third-party providers, as much as they want to help, their offices of general counsel are usually going to want some paperwork with it. And it's really not a big problem. It's not an unfair expectation. Law enforcement will have the search warrant written up and they will get access to what they need as part of this investigation. So while some may view it as an exponential hurdle, it's really not. It's actually an exercise, something that I've always expected during an investigation, and we're always happy to end as quickly as possible to get the information that I needed. Search warrants is something that we're going to want to pay close attention to, because when it comes to the family, for example, we're seeing all of this increased presence at Annie Guthrie's location. And right now, all of those searches, according to the information I have been consensual. That means the family has given law enforcement to go in and have at it. And have at it. They've got nothing to hide, and go in and look for the evidence that you need. We saw some of that brought out yesterday. But pay attention, because if there's going to be a change, there's going to be a change when we start hearing that a warrant may or may not be requested by the family. If that changes, then it means somebody has lawyered up and been notified. They've become a person of interest.
Understood there. Day 12, and investigators are working around the clock to try and find that piece of evidence that can solve this case. Charles, thank you for joining us.
Let's see what other things we can find on YouTube. I'll go back and watch Megan later. There are so many new channels coming out that I have never seen before.
let's face it, it's probably not a kidnapper. This is probably a murder. I mean, I'm sorry. That's what I think, as I thought for many days now. Those guys, my belief is whoever wrote those ransom notes was an opportunist trying to take advantage of a suffering family. And I'll go through with you what I kind of outlined it in my head. There was 41 minutes in that house. It was definitely, we know it was a kidnapper of sorts. It was an abductor, maybe not a kidnapper, but an abductor, because we know she didn't wander off on her own at random, because who took the Nest cameras? She might have had a senior moment where she fell and hit her head, whatever, and then wandered. Who took the Nest cameras? Did she? She fell and hit her head, and then she destroyed and took her 2 Nest cameras in the front and the back of her home? No, that didn't happen. Someone did take her. And so why would you take her? You either took her because you wanted to kidnap her for money, or you took her because you wanted to hurt her. I mean, really, is there another realistic option? And I don't believe those people who are harassing family last week have her. I don't believe a reference to a white Apple Watch and possibly its placement on a nightstand, etc., and a floodlight that could be seen by anybody from the exterior of the home is proof they have anything. As I've been saying, if you wanted to prove, hell, my audience and I could do this with each other. If somebody had me and I gave a couple of comments that only my audience would know the references to, I could satisfy you that somebody had me, right? Like, easily. And it's for a mother and her children, 1 or 2 references from their childhood or some funny moment they had, some family joke. You know how it is at Thanksgiving. We got them in my family. You got them in yours. Some reference, some thing that you make fun of on the one child, not the other. Some joke that the family always brings up. It's very easy to prove you have somebody without referencing a floodlight. That's fucking bullshit. So this family's been getting harassed by an opportunist, which seemed clear to us given the number of fraud stories we've done on this show. Let's face it, they're probably not a kidnapper. This is probably a murder. I mean, I'm sorry. That's what I think, as I thought for many days now. Those guys, my belief is whoever wrote those ransom notes was an opportunist trying to take advantage of a suffering family. And I'll go through with you what I kind of outlined it in my head. There was 41 minutes in that house. It was definitely, we know it was a kidnapper of sorts. It was an abductor, not a kidnapper, but
top of mind is going to be the Nancy Guthrie investigation tonight. We are getting live vantage points from the ground and from the sky as Fox's drone team continues to monitor any and all movements that we've been tracking. Investigators continuing to work on the house. We did see earlier today the white tent went up momentarily in front of the house. Not exactly sure what they were doing, but perhaps with time we will learn a little bit more about what exactly they've been doing. Some breaking news coming into the newsroom within the past half hour or so. Fox News Digital's Michael Ruiz with this, saying that there seems to be a little bit of a disconnect between the local authorities there in southern Arizona and some of the federal agents like the FBI that have been working on this investigation. Ruiz with this, saying Sheriff Nanos, he's with the Pima County Sheriff's Department, Nanos sent a glove recovered from inside the home to a private lab in Florida rather than the FBI's lab in Virginia, according to a source. The feds will likely need to retest themselves, wasting time, he says. Ruiz also sent something out earlier saying that a federal source confirmed to him that the Arizona sheriff has blocked the FBI from key evidence in the Guthrie case. So this is something that we're learning more about tonight. Perhaps we will get some official word from Pima County or from the FBI. As the night progresses, we will let you know if we hear any official word from these agencies. Let's bring in former FBI agent Scott Duffy. He's here. And Scott, what I want to do today is just go over some of the breaking news of the day and also go over some of our questions that are coming in from audience members. Viewers have been watching Andy's broadcast. We've been showing viewer questions all evening. We're going to continue doing that for the rest of the evening. Before we get into the audience questions, though, I got to start with this reporting from Michael. It does seem that a glove that was recovered from inside the home, that itself is a piece of news, by the way, a glove recovered inside the home, it was sent to a private lab in Florida rather than the FBI's lab in Virginia. Can you speak to me a little bit about how federal officials and local officials typically work together on collecting and examining evidence?
Yeah, good evening, Austin, and thanks for having me on.
Of course.
So I can speak to the cooperation between federal, state, and local from my standpoint in my 22 years in the FBI in Delaware. We had a fantastic cooperation, collaboration. Being on a task force, we had police officers from a multitude of police departments throughout the state, and we ensured, and that is federal, state, and local, that it needed to be a good working relationship. The movies, you see these typical rifts between the feds and the locals. I didn't experience that in Delaware because I believe the relationships were important, but also being a small state, we realized, hey, we all needed each other. Now, that isn't to say that there aren't rifts and that there aren't problems in federal and state and local, I would say, partnered relationships or partnered investigations, such as you see here, where the FBI may or may not have been called in until a few days. So I don't, with regards to Phoenix and in this area, the Tucson area, I don't know the relationship. I don't know if everybody is playing well in the sand. I have dealt with my counterparts in Phoenix over the years, and I know I have dealt with both local police officers assigned to FBI task forces, as well as agents. And whatever we needed in Delaware, we got, with a tremendous amount of support. And I've seen that across the country in similar fashion. So I think generally speaking, there are good relationships because the FBI and of course other federal partners have done a really good job in developing those over the years, because everything ultimately comes down to solving a case. And resolving and solving cases sometimes requires additional resources that a smaller department may not have. But also on the federal nexus, if you have a federal case and you need to get something that's really in the weeds in a local community, only the local police department is going to have that. So it does require, and I would say when the FBI started these partnerships, these terrorism and these gangs or these any type of the cyber and crimes against children, there's a multitude of these task forces that are federal, state, and local partners, and they've just done so well. And I would hope and imagine that even though we're hearing some things with these issues, I hope they're blown out of proportion because we have all been looking from the outside in. But just looking at what's on the screen right there with regards to this glove, what I don't know is, was this glove packaged and sent to a private lab, which departments do the country on a regular basis, prior to the FBI being involved? So that would be a question I have. And so thereby the glove was sent ordinarily the way we did it, and I would imagine it's done similar across the states, that if a department has started a partnership with the lab because they don't have their own at that time, then when another agency comes in this case, the FBI, then it would be a decision made at the top. Do we continue to allow that evidence to get processed because you want to remain consistent, so you stay with one lab? And so I'm hoping that this is an instant where that glove was recovered from inside the house relatively early in the investigation, packaged and sent out prior to the FBI being involved. I could be wrong there, but that would be my hope. And then, of course, the FBI getting involved and saying, hey, we're going to save you some money. We're going to save you some time. We're going to take care of all the packaging, handling, and processing, sending everything to our lab in Quantico. Then I could see then this is now just taken on another level. And now let's be consistent. I would also say, Austin, that when an item is sent for any type of processing to a lab, typically you're not going to see a lab retest it because then you're starting to get into muddying the waters, and keep it simple and remain with that lab for that processed item.
In other words, you wouldn't expect that the FBI would have to retest it themselves?
As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure there's a protocol in place, because I've been in the situation where the locals have come to me saying, hey, this item was processed, and not for anything other than a lab had tested it and came up with, let's just say, a negative result. And then I would reach out to our lab to say, hey, is it possible to have retested? And they said, no, just don't do that. And I would imagine that's across the board for any labs to not retest things, keep it within that same lab. The same lab can retest things. We've had that done before, but not to have another lab take a look at it, because then you're really starting down a path that's just not going to be good in a courtroom.
So let's talk about a glove being found inside the home. We knew that they found a glove that was within a proximity that they were searching yesterday on the side of a road. We were not aware until today, to my understanding, that there was a glove found within the home itself. Unfortunately, we don't know much more than a glove was found inside the house. Is it possible that this glove could be nothing, or is there a likelihood that this is a real significant piece of evidence that they have?
The glove being found on the side of the road?
The one being found in the home, and if you want to talk about the one on the road as well, sure.
Yeah, so of course, I'll start with the one inside the house. So we know that Pima County Sheriff's Office responded as it is their jurisdiction, and they investigate. We know from the initial press conference that the sheriff had said, we have a crime scene, and not really giving much more than that. And of course, raises a lot of questions to all of us on the outside, saying, well, give us some indication as what is a crime, what is an obvious crime scene look like? For example, if you have a missing person, are we talking blood? Are we talking ransacking? Are we talking bullet holes? Are we talking a multitude of things to say this house has been disturbed and so it's an obvious crime scene, things are broken, etc. So on that part, you don't have law enforcement, medics, fire, which you're going to typically see. For example, if someone was in need of medical assistance, thereby you have law enforcement and your medical first crime scene process. It's up to the investigators to say, okay, what's ours versus what's foreign, and what should we be collecting as evidence? So in that regard, if this evidence, if this glove is recovered immediately, that you don't have medics responding because you don't have anyone inside that house, then I would say, hey, this is a piece of evidence where we're going to recover. You don't know yet, right, until you start talking to people inside the house to say, for example, does she have a visiting nurse? Does she have anybody that's regularly there, cleaners, etc., that put on latex gloves and discard those gloves? So you do have to get some idea that the glove was brought from somebody on the outside, and of course, being one of the abductors or one of the people that had entered into this house illegally. Recover it is always a safe thing, and then you can ask additional questions later. It's when you don't recover something that could be a problem. So in that regard, and then realizing they may have a potential for fingerprint, DNA, any type of hair or fiber, I could see that item being recovered, bagged and tagged, as we say, and immediately sent to a lab. And that would not, to me, change anything, because the FBI has not been involved yet, especially if all this is done within, typically a day, day and a half. And then I'm not really sure when the FBI was contacted, but ultimately, if the evidence was recovered and sent out prior to me, no issues. And so now looking, and then of course, no video was available. At least I believe no video was available prior to the FBI releasing that video. What color was that glove? So was it black or a dark colored glove? And was it consistent with what they now, as we are seeing on the screen, with what this individual has on his hands? Now, of course, it raised the stakes and say, okay, feeling better about it. Let's see what we get back from the lab. With regards to the glove or set of gloves, I've heard two different reports. I can see, so for example, when I put on latex gloves, and I imagine all first responders, I take off one, and being inside of a crime scene or whatnot, I take off the second, kind of pair it together. One's inside the other, and then you discard them into an appropriate, what we would, as an evidence response team member, you would bring in a box that is for garbage. Hey, anything that we brought in, anything that's going to be discarded goes into that box so we can remove from the scene. And so is it possible that of all the first responders that have been the investigators, FBI, as well as other local authorities, is it possible that it is a first responder or an investigator that discard those gloves, a delivery person, whatever have you? Nobody's really looking for anything before this crime took place. And so you could find a multitude of things. You could find soda cans, bottles, any other type of garbage that's discarded on the side of the street. It's actually when you start looking, you're like, aha. So I don't get too excited by the fact that, hey, some gloves were found not too distant from Nancy Guthrie's house. And then I would be pooling all the investigators saying, hey, we're just going to put out a message before we start down this path. Has anybody recalled taking your gloves off and discarding them out the window? Because it's, part of human nature. Hey, maybe I want to toss them in the back of my car. I don't. I toss them outside. And now FBI recovers them. And is it possible evidence, or is it just somebody that discarded garbage? So still be on the safe side, recover them, test. But now you're going to have to ensure, hey, unless you get an immediate hit to somebody that is not in law enforcement and fits some sort of a description of this person going into the house, you might have to be doing some DNA samples of your own people.
Right. So we've been taking live looks at the property itself. The time in Arizona, by the way, 6:18, the sun going down. We will let anybody know if we get any updates on the glove, on this potential rift between the federal authorities and the local authorities and their question. If for anybody with a new question, you can still do that. You just scan the QR code on your screen. You go to the Share Now tab, and then you can, or excuse me, I believe it's the Ask Now tab. And then you open up the Ask Now tab, and you can send in your question. You very well may see it on our air. We'll be doing this throughout the night with our analysts and experts. Carolyn in Virginia asks this: since Nancy's blood was found near the front door, shouldn't there be footage of the kidnapper leaving with her also?
I think that Nancy left the house after the camera was down. But my question is why was the back door wide open? Why was the back door left open? There's a lot of things that just don't make sense in this. But I'll tell you what, this dude, whoever he is, with the exception of showing us, kind of showing us what he looked like on the ring cam, he didn't really leave anything for them to figure anything out. And I don't know these gloves, maybe the glove in the house, but the gloves that they found outside, they could have belonged to anybody. Anybody. Because all types of fields use them type of gloves. I use them in the kitchen to cook. I know I've seen plumbers use them. I've seen law enforcement use them. I've seen a lot of different work fields use them type of gloves. I think there was 2 intruders. I think the one in the back is the one that, was to do everything on the inside. And the one outside, the one that we seen, was the one that was to collect everything. Yeah, nail techs use them too. Some nail techs. Some don't. Hairstylists. All different. All different. Oh, I don't know about that. So here's my question. What do you think? Do you think she's still alive? Or do you think she was already too much of a liability and no longer is alive? I was watching Court TV earlier, and it was a really, really good one. Vinny did a really, really good one. Let's see if this is it or not. And this one. Yep, this is it. Now watch, this is a really, really good one. Court TV, don't fucking strike me, you assholes. They've been pretty good.
Alone in a beautiful home in Tucson, Arizona. Her daughter Annie lives about 4 miles away from her. Her other daughter, Savannah, is an A-list celebrity and the host of the Today Show on NBC and a former Court TV correspondent. Last Saturday, Nancy had dinner with her daughter and her husband, Tommaso, at their home. At around 9:45, the family says she returned home. Then at some point in the middle of the night, something terrible happened. The next morning, friends from church were concerned she wasn't at Sunday service, and the family went to check on her. Nancy was not home, but her blood was on the front steps of her home. As the search continued, the media was sent a ransom note. Savannah and her family responded on social media. Then a second note was sent to the media. And finally, Savannah and her siblings responded saying, "We will pay." But there's been no report of payment and no sign of Nancy, just more searching and a request from Savannah that they need help. Tonight, all the latest in this tragic mystery as the search for Nancy Guthrie continues.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments, and she's still missing. Nancy Guthrie is still missing tonight. There obviously is still hope that she is alive, but as the hours and days, and now we're getting to weeks, begin to pass, this becomes much, much more difficult and much, much more desperate at this time. But I will tell you this, the FBI is deeply involved in all of this now. I mean, they have resources and assets that are a big part of this investigation. Now, Pima's still leading it, Pima County, but they're getting a lot of help. They're getting a lot of help. And in a case like this, with this much attention and the potential of saving Nancy Guthrie, you need more bodies. And this is a good thing because we have seen cases through the years, true crime cases, where the locals just wouldn't let go of it, wouldn't ask for help, got no help, and some of those cases remained absolutely cold. So the fact that the FBI is actively helping and assisting is huge in all of this. And that's because they need help. And Savannah Guthrie has said, we need help from the public. Like she said, prayers, yes, but we need more. We need more. And the good news is that there has been a response to that. And people are calling in tips. People are, in fact, doing what they can. Everybody knows about this story at this point. Everybody. I know. I mean, all day long, I'm getting text messages from people who I never get text messages from. What's the latest? What's the latest? What can you tell me? Is anything happening? So this is a story that has the attention. Obviously, we wish every story would get this attention, but the public doesn't gravitate to every single story. This one they have, trying to save an 84-year-old woman. Let me tell you about this. Take a look at the suspect that was caught on the doorbell cam. Look at that glove. It really struck me, the glove, because it's kind of a unique, it's kind of big, it's a little bit bulky, it's a little bit strange for the moment that this suspect was in, which is apparently the breaking and entering of a home and the abduction of a woman. He's wearing these gloves, and if you look at him, he's also got like a gun hanging down in the front, and I don't know if he could use the gun with those puffy gloves that he's got. So, as I mentioned, and you're looking at him here, this is a huge, huge, huge clue. And I think as a result of what they see here in this video, a man with gloves, a man with a backpack, a man with a mask, a man who is doing some strange things here, like grabbing a potted plant to cover the camera. What is that all about? But I think all of that led to a much more intense effort. And the FBI released this message today. This morning, numerous FBI agents are conducting an extensive search along multiple roadways in the Catalina Foothills area related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. We are asking the media and motorists to follow all traffic laws and to remain especially cautious when passing law enforcement personnel near the roadways. They're walking the roads, they're walking the vegetation that is in the side of the roads. And extensive, intense searching. Take a look at this from the New York Post. FBI agents have recovered a black glove from a roadside near Nancy Guthrie's house. Potentially a major clue in the search for the masked thug who is suspected of abducting the 84-year-old woman, the Post can reveal. Detectives found the clothing item, which resembles, this is important, look at the image, resembles the pair worn by the armed perpetrator caught on video about 1.5 miles from the home of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie's mother. You see his gloves.
Now, take a look at this image from the New York Post, which is the glove itself. It's the same color. There are absolute similarities that are tracking here. I don't know who else in the desert is throwing gloves onto the side of the road 1.5 miles from the location of the abduction of an 84-year-old woman. But this is the latest information in the case and perhaps a huge clue. A glove. Like, there's a lot of evidence connected to a glove. First, what I would do, though, is analyze that glove and see, does it match what we see in the video? Is it substantially similar? And obviously, they'll have a much better look at it than we get from that image. But there's a lot to this. This is a huge development in the case. So let's bring in our think tank who's joining us in studio. Live tonight, criminal defense attorney, former assistant state attorney in Miami-Dade County, and former assistant DA in Atlanta, Daryl Cohen, along with senior attorney at the J.L. Weaver law firm, Michael Ray is here, and criminal defense attorney, the man behind the glasses, Josh Schiffer. Okay, I just want a number first. Just a number. Just a number.
That's all. Nothing more.
0 to 10, 10 being this is huge, 0 being it's meh. How big is the retrieval of this glove?
6.5.
I'd say 8.
5. At best.
Why don't you think this is huge?
It's huge once it's been analyzed, but right now it's a piece of
Well, it's
road.
gonna be analyzed.
Yeah, but right now it's a piece of road trash that they finally picked up 1.5 weeks after they should have secured the scene and searched everywhere and done a bunch of stuff. But no, they didn't do that. This case exploded. Now the only thing everybody's 100% sure of is that law enforcement could have done a better job from the beginning. And there's an 84-year-old woman that's missing. That's terribly sad.
This is 1.5 miles from.
I get it, but where was the glove? And really,
side of the road.
We have to look at that glove. They're going to analyze it, see if there's any DNA. That could be big time. You know, the last big case involved the glove was OJ.
Yeah.
One or two glove cases in between, but that one.
Yeah. There was some DNA in that one. All right. Why do you think it's so big? Because these guys are kind of poo-pooing it just a little bit.
I am not poo-pooing it.
6'5".
Yeah.
6'5" is in the poo-pooing range.
Exactly what you said when the video came on. First thing you look at is the glove. When I thought this morning driving to court, that's the first thing I thought was, OJ, that glove looks weird. We're going to be able to, if they can find a match to that glove or they find the glove somewhere, that's going to be huge. And hopefully they can get DNA from the inside of it.
Yeah, I got to think you can get DNA from the inside of the glove. And perhaps 2 types of DNA can be gotten from this glove.
But it better be the right glove because that glove is super unique, like you guys pointed out.
Right.
And what really is important about that glove is when you're going to go commit a horrible crime with malice aforethought and forethinking about it, is that the glove you pick and why? Because that glove was chosen by that assailant. And that, to me, is the most interesting part.
We're going to have that glove. It's going to be analyzed, obviously. The FBI will find out where that glove was manufactured, who sells it. Is it only online? Is it retail establishments? All of these things will matter. Are the gloves sold locally? Did it have to be imported? All of these things will matter, and then the FBI and the local police will be able to narrow down where that glove came from. Now, it may turn out that that glove means nothing, but I don't think so.
I don't think it means nothing. I think it's as huge. And Michael, what I'm thinking about, you test it for DNA. That's the first thing, right? You see if Nancy's DNA is on that glove.
Yes.
Now, if it's tied to Nancy, this is the glove. And then whoever else's DNA is in there, if they can trace it, if it's in some database somewhere, now this is you're going to find the killer.
Potentially, yeah. So they're gonna wind up running it through the Arizona database. I'm assuming they have one, just like we do in Georgia. They're gonna run it through CODIS as well, and I'm assuming they'll even take it as far as going into
the websites where people are sending in their DNA.
Some genealogy.
Exactly. So I can imagine that this could go a very long way.
And if they do make that causal connection, then this is a 9 or a 10 when it comes to weight.
Well, it's actually a 12 if
Yeah.
it turns out to be that. We just don't know at this
We
point.
don't know yet. So
Well,
what you're
we know
saying
what
is
we
the
don't know.
potential of getting out of the 6'5" range into a 9, 10, 12 range if they're going to get DNA. Because I've got to think, right? If you're wearing these gloves and whatever happened in that house in 41 minutes and the interaction that would cause Nancy to bleed could lead to some touch DNA from Nancy on the outside. And then who's ever wearing the glove, I mean, should be filled with skin cells and sweat and everything else on the inside.
And really, it would be evidence of the brutality of whatever the attack is, especially if it's covered in Nancy's blood. We're talking about an 84-year-old woman. The amount of violence you need to control someone of that age, really, that violent interlude, that's going to answer a lot of questions about the why and how when we eventually get our man.
Now I compare this to the Idaho 4, right?
Or men.
Right. So Idaho 4, that killer, that mass killer, to me, he was a killer that studied everything, tried to figure it out, and had an exact plan. His gloves were never found. His clothes were never found. He made one mistake, which was knife sheath, right? And on the snap button, that was the whole case for prosecutors, really, along with some video, but they needed that DNA. This guy is tossing it 1.5 miles from the scene of the abduction in an area where, like, you could have, why would he throw it out or she throw it out?
First thing you learn in criminal defense is throw out logic, because unfortunately some of our clients make decisions that just baffle
Idaho
the
4
rest of
killer
us.
did not.
Yes.
So I feel like we're dealing with two different types of people
It
here.
was a criminology student, though.
Right, that's
So
what I
at
mean.
least he had-
He's next
he had
level.
some training. The whole theory now, especially with the glove and looking at the video, is this is not a organized kidnapper, I would say. This is not a professional.
You think it's still organized?
I disagree.
I think the guy on the street executing the take may have been an amateur putz. People behind it, I don't know yet.
Yeah, I think that what we see, if this is our person that we could ever identify him, I think he is not going to be one.
The brains of the outfit?
Well, I think he's going to be part of the outfit, not anything more, not anything less, but the person who actually perpetrated the crime, but not the person or persons who planned the crime.
So we see him himself, right? Is it possible for him to do this whole thing by himself and extract her out of the house? He's either got to walk her out if she's alive or carry her out if he, took her life inside the home. Where's his car?
What's in the backpack? That backpack is stuffed to the gills. Is there a tarp in there? What's going on with the backpack? I believe that if you're going to do a professional job, it's probably a multi-person job. That's the big thing that comes out to me. The fact that it's just one guy showing up.
If there's two people there, are they communicating? If so, how would they be communicating?
Could be hand motions. It could be they had earpieces. They could have any numerous ways of communicating. I don't know that there were two people there. None of us know. There may have been 3 or 4, but I am convinced.
But he's by himself going in.
That we can
where would everybody else? Somebody else waiting in a car somewhere?
Don't take any chances. Don't take any chances at all. We want to keep it as low key as we can. Hey, by the way, go look at that ring camera. Take it down. Take it down.
If you're eliminating your exposure, you only got one guy that has the picture, and then you hide the other people in the background, knowing that the focus will be on one guy. All depends on the level of planning.
Yeah. He could have done it himself, but it's probably not probable.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, we're going to talk about the subject/person of interest who was detained and questioned by police. I mean, after late night hours last night, everybody thought this was it. But it wasn't. But you're going to hear from him. Plus, coming up next hour.
Tonight on Vinnie Politan Investigates, we continue our in-depth coverage into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie and take a closer look at the video of the suspect. Was this a professional job? Tonight, we investigate.
What are you reporting?
Fire. The tragic murder of Keith Canero and his entire family.
The defendant repeatedly shot and killed his brother and then moved to murder the rest of the family inside the home.
Their sprawling mansion set on
until that goes off.
We believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken, we don't know.
Savannah Guthrie pleading for the public's help. You know, any little thing that you may have noticed or heard or saw, even if you don't think it's necessarily relevant or important, it might be. It very well might be. And the public, I've been saying, has responded. There have been lots of tips. And it seems like one of those tips led to someone being detained last night south of Tucson, very close to the Mexican border in the southern part of Pima County. KNXV reporter Ford Hatchett actually spoke with the man who was detained on the roadside. Take a look at this.
Anything that you guys need to tell us or want to tell us about tonight? We're trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. Be good. Have a good night.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
I was arrested for kidnapping, but I didn't do it.
You didn't do it. Do you mind if we get you on camera just saying that?
Start talking.
Just talking now. So you said what happened?
They arrested me for kidnapping, which I don't know what's going on.
So what? How did this?
I'm from Rio Rico, as you can see, and it's Pima County Sheriffs.
And so what? How did this all start? How did they stop you here? You were driving here, or
my wife was driving.
Your wife was driving
because they were following me. And once they saw they were following me, I pulled over. They didn't even have to put a traffic stop or anything. I got off the car. They arrested me as soon as I got the car. They didn't even tell me what was going on until the detectives got here, like 2 hours before I got arrested. And then the detectives got here. It was the FBI agent in Santa Cruz County. And they told me I was being detained for kidnapping. And I asked them, like, well, kidnapping of who? And they told me this lady, I don't know her name. And
Nancy Guthrie?
Yeah, that's her. And I told him I work in Tucson for GLS. I might have delivered a package to your house, but I never kidnapped anybody. They hold me from like 4 to right now.
So it was about 4 o'clock, and they're holding you to right now. So after midnight. Did they tell you anything? I mean, you're in the back of the truck.
They didn't tell me anything until right now. Like I said, like at the beginning, they answered they wanted me to answer their questions, like where I was, what hours, and all that. And I answered the questions. Right now, all they told me is that I'm free to go.
So do you know, had you heard of, and Danny, do you want us to come closer to you here? So we'll just walk, sorry, I just want to clear this up because they're making a big stick.
Okay. What's your name, brother? Carlos.
Carlos?
Yeah.
I'm Ford. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah.
And Carlos, do you mind sharing your last name?
Nah,
no, you're good? Yeah. So Carlos. So walk me through it. They had you here. I know you just said it. Had you heard of Nancy Guthrie before tonight?
Never until today.
Never until today.
Yeah.
So
I didn't. They told me I watched the news and I Googled her number or her name and I proved it to me, and they couldn't prove it to me. Like they didn't have no it was insufficient evidence. Like they only had a phone on me. That's all they had. And supposedly I was at her house, but like I said, I work delivering packages to GLS. I might have delivered a package to her house.
But didn't kidnap anybody?
No.
So what's going through your head when they're telling you kidnapped somebody?
Bro, I'm facing life. I'm gonna lose everything.
And so they have all this. They detain you. You're here for hours, and what did they just tell you?
That I'm free to go.
Free to go.
Yeah, and Pima County, they already cleared me, but the FBI, they might not or something like that. I don't know. I'm still like.
So Pima County's let you go. They said the FBI may be in contact with you or something like that.
They didn't say something like that. They just the detective in charge right here. I don't remember his name. He told me that they're not looking into me no more, but somebody else might.
Okay. Obviously, you said you hadn't followed this news. This is big, major news. It's Nancy Guthrie, who's her daughter is Savannah Guthrie, who hosts the Today Show on NBC. So it's been big news. She's been missing for more than a week. So they have put out, the Pima County Sheriff's Department put out that they had detained a person of interest. And I guess that's you?
I guess so.
How do you feel about that? People are watching this all over. I mean,
I'm not happy.
I'll show you here. Look, this is what they put out earlier. He's just getting a shot.
Tucson. I was just stopped south of Tucson.
So I guess south of Tucson is where you are here in Rio Rico?
I guess so.
And so, yeah, that went out everywhere. And you see, you know, they got all sorts of people talk about it.
Yeah, no, well, I'm innocent. I'll let you know that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. I didn't do anything. Like I said, I didn't even know what was going on until the FBI and the Pima County detective arrived, and they told me, well, you're being detained for kidnapping, and all of a sudden they read me my Miranda rights. Now you're being under arrest. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
And now free to go.
Yeah, now I'm free to go.
Oh, man. What a night, huh?
Bro, tell me about it.
And your family's doing all right? You got to see them?
Well, they broke into my in-laws' house.
Whoa. All right. So what do you think led to that detainment?
Some bodies gave some information, which turned into evidence, which turned into a stop, which turned into a detention, which turned into an interrogation. And it may not be over. Just because he's been released doesn't mean they believe him to be innocent.
And we know they have more than just that because they were able to obtain a search warrant for his mother's home and executed that as well. So that's really what we need. We need a copy of that search warrant.
The search warrant will have the basis for detaining him and for going to the house. Is it enough that just someone gives a tip and says, oh, that looking at what they have, a judge may give you sign that warrant with a little less than they may otherwise?
Absolutely.
I think a judge is going to be a little bit more flexible with the probable cause level due to the exigency involved. We're not talking about, you know, I need to get these drugs out of a van. No. This is a living, breathing human. And they probably had some piece of evidence that said, hey, this is the hottest thing we've got right now. Judge, I believe that this is
where Nancy is. That would be a really wild coincidence, wouldn't it?
It's criminal work, so you can't discount anything. There are some crazy coincidences, and really, they want to cast the widest net.
But his demeanor, I mean, nothing struck me that he is hiding a thing.
I completely agree. But maybe they executed that search warrant with less than they would normally have, and maybe the interrogation of him will lead to whoever it is, if he's not the person, whoever it is, taking off their shoes, relaxing a little bit, laying back on the sofa, I got it, baby, and then he or she or they may not have got it.
It's a tell to who the real bad guys are. And I'm not saying that this actually happened, but if you get a news story about we've got someone, then the real perpetrator might get a little bit more loose and relaxed and messy and make that mistake that leads law enforcement to them.
Because this case is full of just odd things that keep happening. Law enforcement hasn't even confirmed that they interviewed that man, that they searched his house.
Right.
That's only coming from him.
Yeah.
Law enforcement hasn't said that they did any of that.
Right. Let's take a listen to a little bit more of that interview. Again, this is from KNXV, being interviewed outside of the, looks like outside of the house.
You were apprehended for questioning. How would you describe what happened to you?
Terrifying. Something I didn't do for something I was being like, I felt like I was being kidnapped, bro. They didn't tell me anything at the beginning.
And investigators showed up to this house, or were you the one who was pulled over at the traffic stop?
I was the one that was pulled over at the traffic stop.
Where was that?
Right here on by Chubasco.
Okay, and you were taken into custody at that point?
Yeah.
And you were.
I was being detained.
Detained. Okay.
I was detained the whole time.
Okay.
That's what they told me.
Where were they?
At the back of a car.
Back of
a Miranda car, and then they moved me into a Pima County Sheriff.
Were you being questioned in the car?
At the Miranda car, I was being questioned, but they only asked me for my first name, my last name, my date of birth, and my social.
Okay. What were they asking you about?
My whereabouts. Okay. Where do I work? Where was I, and all that.
Are you ever in Tucson?
Yeah, I work in Tucson.
What do you do?
GLS, deliver packages.
Okay. Do you think you might have delivered a package to Nancy Guthrie's house?
I don't know. Might have been a possibility. I don't know.
Yeah. Do you ever deliver like Amazon packages or anything?
Well, it's kind of the same thing.
It seems like that's something that you could figure out eventually, like if he was delivering packages there. But they may know that already. That may be part of the basis that, there's a van in the neighborhood.
And the tip, if you've got flock cameras or something else and they saw a vehicle and grabbed a tag and then ran it down and said, hey, this vehicle's been in proximity, it's something. And that's unfortunately part of being a detective or investigator. Sometimes they have the weakest hunch and they chase it down. That's why a hunch doesn't get you a warrant. You need probable cause.
Nor does a warrant get you an arrest.
No, exactly.
So when he says, is there a difference between being in custody and being detained?
Oh, huge.
Absolutely.
What's the difference?
Not much. He can't move anywhere. They're not going to let him go. You're not arrested, but you can't move. You're not arrested, but you need to answer our questions.
There's actually 3 tiers of police-citizen encounters that we can detail because they've been litigated to death.
Or we can take the course that you guys offer, right?
Well, here's the important thing, though. How your rights attach to you matters on the level of interaction between you and law enforcement. And they've been arguing over when's the first 3-tier. It's got to be 40, 50, 60 years old. Right. So officers are trained, well, until this level. This is a tier 1, which means that they're free to leave. They cannot answer questions. Then you've got tier 2. Then you've got tier 3. And depending on what tier you're at, does your Miranda apply or not?
Well, they did.
Custodian.
He said he was Mirandized.
They have to Mirandize. If they don't Mirandize him and he says, I did it, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you know that they would get that in through excited utterance after not Mirandizing them. And really, Miranda is one of the most misunderstood laws out there. You don't have to be Mirandized unless it's a custodial interrogation, which this admittedly was.
This was, right? He's in the back of the vehicle being questioned and being asked things specifically about this case. There was something that led them to him. It wasn't just someone who was walking down the street. So obviously he was a person.
All right, y'all. I didn't realize it was 12:30. I have to work in the morning, and I have an appointment at 8:30. So I'm gonna have to cut this here. And tomorrow, I'll do just a conversation live in the morning, but I will try to either go live and finish up tomorrow when I get to my sister-in-law's, or I'll wait for Andrew's live to be over and then go live because yeah, but we will see. But I'm getting sleepy and I need to go to bed. Y'all need to go to bed. I know a couple of you have to go to work. I know a couple of you have things to do first thing in the morning. I might read my comment before you probably forget. I lost mine these days. Maybe it was somebody following the delivery drivers. I've seen a lot of videos of people doing that to steal packages. Okay, well, I do know at Nancy's house there was an Amazon package left on in the little thing by her door. So, and that's a good possibility. All right, good night, Cruz. Thank you for coming. And everybody else, thank you for being here. I really appreciate you guys all sticking around and joining me for my first live with Back on True Crime, and we will get back at it again tomorrow sometime. Just keep an eye out for my notification. I will always schedule my live before I do, especially if it's working on a case. With that being said, I love your faces. Y'all have a great night. Kiss your family. Make sure they are all sleeping, tucked in bed. And with that being said, we will see you tomorrow.
The storm came rolling like a wild beast. We tried to ride out what nature unleashed. Ripped our home apart, left us tears and pain. All our things destroyed by winds and rain. But you won't understand. No, you won't comprehend. The struggle, the pain, all you know how to do is shame. Accuse me of lying, screaming loud and clear, but I won't back down. A whisper in the storm, your words deceive. Are you for real or just make believe? Can I trust your hand or will you let me break? Tell me now, are you real or fake? Lost all I had in nature's rough hand, or will you let me break? Tell me now, are you real or fake? Lost all I had in nature's wrath. Wind took it all away, left me in the aftermath with nothing but pain and a heart that's torn. Will you lend a hand or keep feeding your lies? Are you real or fake? In this twisted world where shadows dance, will you be my light or just a passing glance? When the storm subsides and silence takes a hold, there's a story being told. Are you real or fake? Whisper in the storm, your words deceive. Are you for real or just make believe? Can I trust your hand or will you let me